Good morning. Today is Monday and I will solve hard AtCoder problems. So it will not be that interesting stream because most of the time I will just struggle and think about solutions. A few days ago I did on first day easy AtCoder problems, and indeed most of that was very straightforward for me. And today something interesting, well, or not interesting to you. You're live now. Thank you, chat. Good morning, Mustafa. Hi, Swaraj. I will start in around a minute. I will bump a post in Code Forces. Or maybe just new post. Second stream has just started. I don't remember everybody in the chat. Where am I? I'm in Warsaw. Most of the time today I will solve AtCoder Grand Contest 41, created by Tourist. I will not do virtual participation, I will just solve problems one by one to have some time to explain my thoughts instead of worrying about the time. Table 10 is voting judges. Yeah, I will go, of course, in the order of difficulty. One last thing to do is I will make a post on Twitter and Facebook, and then I will start. "30 people watching, that's nice." For the next few hours on YouTube and Twitch. All done. And let's start. Tasks. Any tips for you? You need to practice if you want to solve problems faster. Is there any reason to use sprint and scanf? They are quite fast. 20 players are running a competitive table tennis training on n tables. There are rounds. Make it bigger. There are n tables. After a win, somebody goes to previous table, after a lose to the next table, and we have two friends and they will meet. Is the answer just distance divided by 2? Oh, the parity matters. If it's the same parity, okay. Genie. Maybe some directory for that. What do I need? This will be Algo coding stream number 2, AC2. Okay. And this PP, I will make a comment not to forget what I am, to later remember in codes what I'm solving. I can do it like this. Interface bottom apply. I think this should be convenient. NAB, read NAB. When input size is constant, I don't care about style of reading. If I use syn or scan, doesn't matter at all. If I modulo 2 is equal b modulo 2, print the difference divided by 2. Otherwise, they need to get to 1 or n. One of them needs to get there. And the other will follow in the same direction. Distance between them, let it be b minus a, absolute value of that. Dist start or must will be minimum of a minus 1, b minus 1, n minus a, n minus b. This is distance from one of them to the start of or end of the sequence. So it will be part of the score. The other guy will follow, so the distance will still be this. I will say the answer is must, plus 1, that's special move. And he will stay there, plus this minus 1, because during this special move, the distance decreases by 1. For example, let's think about it. N is 10, A is 3, and B is 6, let's say. What will happen? Distance will be 3, the distance between them. Must is 2, it is distance from A to the start, and my answer will be 2 moves. After that, positions are 1, 4, then extra 1 move, positions are 1, 3, then 1 extra move. So this is divided by 2. Is that correct? Because they now get to each other. Let's try. Five, 2, 4, 1. I can just copy. And 2. And what about 1000, 1 and 101, 50, 1000, 100 and 101, 100. Yes, they all need to get to the first spot. Oh. Okay. It's waiting judgment. Long challenges I will consider in the future, but I'm not going to do Couchchef challenges anytime soon. Intuition behind bit manipulations, yeah. Watch my recent tutorial on YouTube, on my main channel. It would be really helpful. What? Well, they're very popular, but also they have editorials anyway, right? So right now I'm solving AtCoder problems because they are not good quality. In Couchchef, the issue was always that they have some particular schedule, and because of that, even if they don't have nice problems, they will post a contest because they have fixed schedule. AtCoder doesn't have that issue. Couchchef should abandon their schedule of contests. Where's inspect? Okay, problem B, voting judges. And I will create .cpp. Sometimes you will see me using this terminal, it's called Guake, and sometimes built-in Genie. It's just chaotic, sometimes I use one, sometimes the other. N problems are proposed. I has score AI. M judges. Each of them chooses V problems and increases their scores each by 1. After all M judges cast their vote, the problems will be sorted and the first P problems chosen. For every problem, I need to say if it will be possibly among the top P problems after all those judges' votes. There will be some sequence like this one. Let's say I want to say if this one can make it. I immediately see that I don't have to do it separately for every problem. I can do binary search over the score of a problem that can make it. Problem 3 for sure can be among the top because it's already in the top. Problem 0, well, I don't know that, but it will be some suffix of biggest problems. I will read everything from the input. Read, let's say, array A. And sort it. I will now do binary search. Plus answer ID. Here I will be high plus low divided by 2. I will check now if problem I can make it. So all the judges will vote for this one and also for some other problems. And here, if I know that AI can make it, then the answer will be n minus I, n minus answer index. For example, if answer index is n minus 1, this is the last problem, that it means only this last problem can make it. it will be then 1. If this is 0, the answer will be n, all problems. In the array sorted increasingly, this is the first problem that can make it to the top of P. Can AI make it? AI will receive m votes for sure. Let's create a function. And here, if can of I, answer index is I, and you need to look on the left. That's on the right. I expect at least one problem to make it, so answer index should be smaller than n. Should be not -1 because this is the default value. I found at least one problem that can make it, and now AI will receive votes from all the judges because I want AI to be in the top. First, if it is already in the top, it's being n-1, n-2, -2, and so on till n-m, can all make it for sure. No, m, v. Because in particular, I can vote only for those with all the judges, and they will remain the top. If I is greater or equal n-v, return true. Otherwise, I will receive m votes. I'm also okay with top v-1 will receive m votes each. I don't want to be in like top 3. I want to be the fifth biggest number. So I will just say if AI plus m greater or equal a of n-v. If that's so, then I didn't need binary search. I should have made it easier. Too much coding, too little thinking. Let's see. And I can increase the font here, preferences. I wanted to increase terminal size. Oh, it's here. I think that's too big. But we'll try B with this input. It's 5. This should be 3. I got 6. That's bad. So maybe it isn't that trivial. Let's save. Input 1. Input 2. It's very good to create save files unless the problem is very easy and you're just going to submit. B in 2, in 3. Only the first input was correct. What about the second one? Top v1 will receive m votes each. Is that correct? I need to... First I will spend maybe 20 seconds looking at this logic and thinking if everything is right. Then I will go to analyze test. What is the order? An MVP. Yes, an MVP. I don't have an overflow, that's correct. Yes, I get M votes and that guy doesn't. Okay, we have here 0, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3. There is just one judge. Oh, I didn't use P. It should be top P problems. So top P minus 1 will receive M votes each. I'm fine with this. And I need to distribute other votes. So my score will be AI plus M. And now I need to distribute everything else. Can distribute 0. This is not true now, because only top P passes. I think it should be VP, because those are things in the top that they will get votes all the time, and additionally they can always be in the top. If top 3 wins and there are 10 judges, then for sure top 3 is guaranteed already. The other way around as well. Can you provide the link of the contest? Isn't it in the description? But if you go to AtCoder and recent contest, it will be there. Switch channel. Solving hard problems from oh, no, now it should be in the description. Greetings from Russia. Thank you. Minimum of that. PV minus 1 will receive M votes each. I don't mind those. Okay, now for every j from 0 to n minus min of VP, if j not I, then I wonder how many times I can vote for this guy. Can distribute plus equal minimum of. You will get at most M votes, because this is the number of judges, and he cannot overcome me, like that. And now return can distribute smaller equal, greater equal, some number here. I have some number of votes. Initially it is n times v, but decreased by something. I can make it easier. Let's save this as a comment, but no. I will receive this number of votes, AI plus M, for everybody else. I wonder how many times I should vote for him. If J is I, continue. I will keep that can distribute. Plus equal, it will be minimum of the number of judges, M, and I would almost say me minus AJ, so he wouldn't overcome me. Now return can distribute is greater equal number of judges times B minus 1. Every judge spends 1 vote on me, something on other people, V minus 1 on other people. But if somebody is in the top, I greater equal if J greater than N minus minimum of VP, can distribute plus equal everything. People in the top can get all the votes. I don't care. I don't want to be better than them. Doesn't work at all. This problem is a bit complicated if you start learning C++. Yes, I agree with that. This stream is not for people starting with programming. This is my score. How much I can distribute? So the answer was almost always n minus 1 or just n. I allow too much. Oh, if somebody is greater than me already, then he should get everything. Else if A of J is greater than me already, return false. Didn't help. Why do you use lambda? It doesn't catch any variable and the A array is global. It could be just a normal function. No, A is not global, it's here. And MVP are not global either. Which accent is that? Polish accent. Let's analyze what happens on this test. Number of judges is 1, votes is 5, top is 2. Let's sort this. It will be 0, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3. English accent. Indeed, it makes sense. The number of votes is so big, I don't stand a chance. Let's create input 4, where actually the number... What? What is input? Oh, I have them in wrong order. No, I don't. This is input 1. That's fine. So let's analyze input 2. Because I have this one wrong. And copy input 2, input 4. Open input 4, reload. I will change this to 6. Let's see what happens. I don't think it's valid input, but I want to see what my program does. It says 5. Even though this means I vote for everybody. There is just one judge. He votes for everybody, and top 2 will pass. So those 3 guys can make it. I will even here sort it. What happens when I ask about, let's say, this one? Value 1. This will be 2. And distribute is 0. If j is greater than n minus minimum of vp, what is, this is nmvp, minimum of vp is 2. So this is if j greater than n, 6, minus minimum of those 2, so greater than 4. For 2 biggest numbers, I just say distribute plus equal v, so plus equal 1, right? This should be m. All the judges will vote for this thing. Correct now. So let's submit. As you see, analyzing some particular test for which you had wrong answer, it might help. Here I understood that this was stupid addition. If somebody is already in the very top, I don't want to overthrow him, then I say all the judges should vote for him. And the number of judges is m, not v. I have wrong answer already. I have an overflow. That might be because tasks B. Yes, this captures all local variables. Actually, all variables. Do I have access without it to global things? I will check that in a moment. Wrong answer as well. So if I do something like this, x is 5. Will this compile? Let's call it something else, y. Okay, it works. So yes, ampersand or whatever name is of this character, it catches everything local. Still quite a lot of wrong answers. Do you usually debug this way only? I mean, no paper pen thinking. Well, if I have a test for which my code doesn't work, then it's easier to analyze what happens with my code. You're executing each line of code. It was a simple test. Who is this stream for? You can watch this stream and say if it is enough difficulty for you or not. Can't see Twitch chat from YouTube. There should be a bot that pastes all the messages. I will take a look. I see, restream bot. It copies messages. I see them in YouTube chat. Okay, for samples, everything worked. There might be some overflows. I don't have too small array because I just create vector of size n. Do I have any more overflows here? This is long long, this is no long long. This is small enough. It shouldn't exceed 2 billion. I can create some tests by hand. Brute force isn't easy, so I'm not going to now create brute force and stress test it. Ask in the middle. Answer index is this. High is I-1. Yeah, looks correct. Okay, I know what I can do. I can create brute force where I say this. Answer is 0 for everything. If can of I, then answer plus plus. This will be worse complexity, but I can use it for testing. Now generator. Take the seed from the arguments, and it's random number between 2 and 5. This will return a random number between A and B. And random number between 0 and 5. When I type now gen 1, gen 2, gen 3, that should generate different tests. I will also increase the size here, preferences, appearance. Some script for testing. Create a test and test B on this test and brute on this test. If this doesn't break, it means that function can is incorrect. Binary search is fine. I made a video on testing in programming. I think it's called How to Test Your Solutions or something on Errichto channel. Do you get agitated with wrong answer? Agitated or nervous? Why would I? I mean, if I can't find a mistake for 1 hour, sure, it isn't pleasant. Otherwise, if I would feel bad after every wrong answer, then I would stop competitive programming a long time ago. Frustrated. Yeah, so it isn't a pleasant feeling, but I don't care that much. Likely I will find a mistake soon. Let's think about the logic. Every judge will vote for me if I want to get to top P. Now, this is suspicious. Minimum of P. So there is top P. Let's say that P is 3. And here there is -2 and -3. I will say those two will get all the votes. I don't care. If somebody else is already greater than me, then return false. Here I measure how many votes he can get. Yeah, only this line, only this part is suspicious. Okay, now what if P is big, like n-5 and -4? And now P is still 3. What if P is 5 but V is 3? Then those two will get all the votes. How long this stream will be? I don't know, maybe 4 hours, maybe 7. Can I test it in any other way? I can write exponential brute force that will try all possibilities. Or something greedy. Yeah, if I don't see a mistake in the next 3 minutes, I will implement greedy brute force. Minimum of VP, so those two will get all the votes. But for them, should I say... I shouldn't here say assert false. Those two can still be bigger than me. This is fine. Else, if j is greater than n minus p, so for those, this would mean that v is very small. Just continue. It's fine. Actually, let's do it in the actual solution. B, it was here. This is some test. Let's find a smaller one. Generator. Free. Okay. Top 2 will get there, right? Yes. Top 2. There will be one judge with one vote. The answer should be 3. And my brute force was wrong. Now the correct version says 3. Cool. Just when I think the issue was, if V is smaller than P, I always set impossible. Does Restream bot forward from Twitch to YouTube too? I think so. It should. Do you see messages on Twitch from YouTube? Finally accepted. Can you please go through the code once again? It would be much easier to find what's wrong. Well, I found what's wrong, and I explained my thoughts in the process. Here the issue is, I explained with that example of top 5. Without this, I set return false too many times. I just thought that in the case where top is, let's say, 15, 20, 25, 30 and 35, let's say those are top 5 numbers, and V is 3, M will be infinity. So there are a lot of judges, each of them has 3 votes. And let's say that I'm now wondering about A of I equal 2. I wonder if I can make this thing to be in top 5, because P is 5. And the answer is obviously yes, because each of those judges, they will vote for top 2 and for me. And those 2 numbers and me, we will become very, very big. While my previous code, here it said return false if somebody is greater than me. This is bad because I don't vote for those anyway. Now, to problem C. Grid of squares, n rows and columns. You want to put some domino pieces on this grid. For every row, we count the number of domino pieces that lie on it, at least partially. For every column, we do the same, and it should be equal for every row and equal for every column. Here, every row and every column has quality 2. Indeed, for this thing, there are 2 pieces that cover it. For this column, indeed, Z and A. No, I don't want this. What can I do? AA, BB, CC, DD. Will this be valid answer for even size? No, not for even, for divisible by 3. I'm trying to create as simple solutions as possible, not solution, templates. I think this grid in every row and every column, it has only one domino piece. And I can repeat this pattern. Oh, pattern was the word I was looking for. For n divisible by 3, I'm done. Yep. Now, let's try to solve n equal to 7. Or something great. This is also fine. Oh, I can do this thing. This will work for n divisible by 2. I just repeat this pattern of 2 by 2. Maybe let's try to solve 5 by 5. This is the first value I cannot do. Wait. Why for 2 it's impossible? Oh, this is not correct. Here in the first row I have 1 domino piece. In the first column I have 2. I can solve it by... I can fix it by doing this maybe. Now it will be 3. Will this work now? 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, yes. So I can do n divisible by 4. Two by 2 is impossible. What now? I need to handle 5 or 6. Can 5 be done? AA. BB. Now this is 2. C. C. The only thing other than coming up with patterns I could do is writing brute force. That will do everything small. And maybe brute force would be faster here. Hard to say. It depends on the problem. EE. So it is 3, no, 2, 2, 2. I don't like how irregular this test becomes. There should be nothing more here and there. This is 2, this is 2. WW. Now I need one more thing here. Can I maybe prove something like... But what? Sometimes one can prove that for this parity nothing is possible. Oh, I can combine? No, I cannot. If I could combine n divisible by 3 with n divisible by 4, then I could create everything great, every big N could be created with those small patterns repeated. But this thing has just one different thing. I could put next to each other patterns for n equal to 3, like this. A, B, B, Z, Z, W, W. Will it work? Yes, I think so. O, O, I, I. This is n equals 6, and in every column and row there are two different things. Oh, here there were 3. So I can combine 9. 9 by 9 will be 3 in each. I can combine this with 4 by 4. I'm going to write brute force. And I don't like this problem. There will be a recursive function that decides about state of row column, ID of, let's say, 25, 25. If row is already n, then finish. Let's say for now we print the whole grid. Return, otherwise decide about this thing. You can just move on, or if ID is 0, this is next value to use. If row plus 1 is still in the grid, then I can do this. Me and cell below, mark it as next, and run recursively. If call plus 1 is smaller than n and not fixed yet, run recursively. If call is n, is 0, row plus plus. Let's see. Read n, recursion on 0, 0, 1. That's not correct. I reuse some values. I never increase next further. Strange. Oh, I should unmark. I should unmark. I think now it's good. I don't double a new line. Cool. This prints all possible arrangements on a grid of n by n. For 5 by 5 it's already very, very slow, but as every backtrack you can cut it a lot. When you are done with a row here, you can count the number of different things you put there. For every column from 0 to n, if ID of row, this is C, let's insert ID of row C. And maybe do the same for the first row. This is different in row. If different in row of this row is not different in 0th row, return. Now it should become much faster, but something was wrong. What was it? Why I print so much in some lines? Oh, values become greater than 10 for 5 by 5. But at least every row it should have, yeah, 3 different things. Cool. Next is different in column. If row is already n-1 and col is different in col of col -1 is different than different in column of 0, return. If this and is it okay if I say assert n at least 2? Even I can say it here. Different in row. Oh, yes, this will be better. I will require it to be the same as for the 0th row. And when printing, I will also say how many things it has. Different in row of 0. For 3 by 3 I can get, I can easily get 2. That combines it nicely with 4 by 4. For 4, the only thing I can get is 3. And for 5, also 3. Let's do it better. Static set of int done. Me is different of row. If not done, count of me. If this is something new, or if this is something already that appeared, return. Otherwise, this and print. For 5, only 3 is possible. and for 6, 1, 2, 3, 4 is possible. Now, can we combine this? Why won't I here say this if id of RC is 0, then print space, else print character a plus this. That's nicer to read, but I will use a dot like they said in the statement. If me is 0, I don't want to consider an empty grid. Will it figure out 7 by 7? It did. Can I do everything greater than 7 by 7 by using blocks I already created? I can combine 4 and 5, then I can get 9, 10, 8, 11. 11 will be hard. I don't know how to get 11. And my program will not figure it out. Is it breadth first or depth first search? Well, this is backtrack that tries all the possibilities. How to call it? Well, I guess it's DFS. You can't brute force all combinations. I'm not going to. Using 4 by 4 and 5 by 5, I can combine this to create anything big. For example, 8 will be 2 times this. 9 will be this, and then next to it 5 by 5. I have, oh, there is also 6. So 6 plus 5 will be 11. Is 6 fast enough? Not that much. Oh, yeah, enough. I think this should be enough. So I will have 4, 5, and 6. Seven I will just remember because I cannot do it fast. How can I do it nicely? Like this? Okay, this I hope works. For 7 by 7, now for everything else smaller than 7 I am fast enough. And for everything greater than 7 by 7 I will use smaller pieces. Those 4, 5 and 6. 8 is like this, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, yeah, I can do it. For 6 by 6, I need to force it to give me 3. If n is 4 or n is 5 or n is 6, if me is different than 3, return. Oh, it's still big. It's 6 still takes a lot of time. If row is this, can I just say this for every moment? If this is already greater, didn't make it fast enough, so never mind. Okay, I need to remember 6 by 6 or just say found. Cool, this is fast enough. Now 8 is too slow, but I will make it by hand. What site are you studying now? How you got second place in Codejam? Well, this is AtCoder, Japanese website with nice hard problems. And I practiced a lot to get good. You should do the same. Okay, read. If this, then that. If n is smaller than 7, this, and then return 0. Single empty line is enough. I mean, no empty line is enough. I shouldn't print the value. If n is 2, print -1. No, it's at least 8. I need to use 4, 5, and 6. I will create two-dimensional array grid with size n and something like that. At the end, for every string in grid, print it. I need to have those pieces 4, 5, and 6. Now, let's write n as the sum of numbers 4, 5, 6. For every I from 8 forward, this should be vector int. It's kind of DP. Pieces of 4 is just 4. Pieces of 5 is just 5. Pieces of 6 is 6. Everything from 8. Consider 4, 5, and 6 as the previous number. If not empty, pieces of I minus x. then pieces of I is pieces of I minus x, pieces of I push back x. For everything in pieces of me, print it. 100 is the sum of 25 fours. 99, 6, 5, 11, 88, I believe it. 8 is 4, 4, 9 is 5, 4, 10, 11, 12, 13, yep, works. I broke it into pieces, and now I need to create a grid out of them. Kickstart, do you have any advice? Yes, practice. Int corner is 0. For everything among pieces, something, then move corner. Let's start with this. Grid of corner plus I, corner plus j is, let's say, x, or x. My goal here is to start from 0, 0, mark square A by A with x's, and then move the corner. The goal should be to see pieces here, and indeed I will fill this part, this part, this part. Now, for each of those 4, 5, and 6, I need to remember how it looks like. 4, 5, 6. Say, I need to save n. Do I? I need to. Here say n is a. Run recursive. Found clear, run recursive, and save it to something global. It will be mapped from int to vector of string. Let's call it map. It will remember the shape, so let's call it shape. Here not always we print, so print. Do I need to print? Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Here false. Recursive, recursive. Here true, you need to print. Here pass print. Print. Now my function knows, thanks to this variable print, if it should print to the output or maybe save it. If print, then this. Otherwise, it's a bit bad that I will have the same code twice. Vector of string, grid of size n with strings filled with, yeah, it was okay. And dots. Okay, and yeah, now that's the copy paste. Maybe this way I will do this. Move it here. Then do nothing, otherwise grid of RC is A plus ID of RC. Now if you print, then you print it. Otherwise you save it as shape. That's bad. Why is it slow? Why is it now slow for 8? Print n, print. A lot of things for 6. I insert into found. Do you know any videos creator like you who is competitive programmer but writes code in Java? There are some channels for coding interviews, but competitive programming, maybe Petr does something, P-E-T-R, Petr, but I think he switched to C++ already. I'm almost done, but for some reason it became slow. So 6 is fast. But 8 is slow. Where do I use print? Here. I pass it. What if I say if true? It worked, but was quite slow. For 6, it is very fast. So I don't... In both cases, I insert n, so it will not be run again. I here clear found. I don't need that, but it shouldn't change anything in my opinion. Yeah, it doesn't. Theoretically I can already finish, but why it became so slow? Instead of x, I need to here use shape of a of ij. Oh, but I say true, it should be if print. It didn't find anything for 5, maybe? ID is not cleared. Okay. If row is 0 and call is 0, clear everything. Still slow. Still didn't find anything for 5. A space, and now print not shape of A empty. No, shape of count of A. For 5 it didn't find anything, and for 6 neither. Is there something else global here? Done. What is done? Yes, this is. Okay, my mistake was that I didn't clear everything. I'm not doing well today. A and B. Oh no, this is what C. It took me so much time. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 100. 101. Let's submit. Best solution for this domino problem is 257 bytes and 13 milliseconds runtime. Well, my solution will be very fast too. Right? What is... let's... time... echo 4, does it work? See? We can measure this too. Yeah, I have 4 milliseconds. This is, I don't know which time is actually important here. Yeah, but I have 3500, 10 milliseconds. The code is fast. If I really wanted to speed this up, then what? I could hard code all the things. I should remove this comment, obviously. It takes size too. If I hard coded everything, it would be much shorter, because I could remove this whole function. But why should I bother? Let's see that Ruby code. Results, all submissions, language, Ruby, task C, search. How to open it? Detail. Yeah, so I can hard code answers as well. I mean, still it would... My code would be bigger, because in C++ I cannot make everything so dense here. But this person needed to get those patterns anyway. And that's either spending time with a piece of paper or writing brute force. So it's not that I don't know how to achieve something like this. But good for him, or her, good for them. Looks pretty unreadable. Yeah, like C obfuscation contest. Was there such a contest? Now I guess we move to hard problems. Can I see scores of problems? Oh yeah, C was... Oh, I don't know if I said that already, I didn't like C at all. C was 900 points. Now we have 1200, 1600, 2000. Let's do the. And problems have been chosen by the judges this time. Time to assign scores. Each score will be between 1 and n, sorted by difficulty. They say every subset of k integers should have the sum smaller than sum of any subset of k plus 1 integers. Like here we can assign scores 1, 3, 3, because then any one number is smaller than any two numbers. Okay, conditions are if we sort everything, it will be a0 smaller equal a1 smaller equal and so on smaller equal a minus a of n minus 1. We need this. Any let's say this should be smaller than a0 plus a1, n minus 1 plus a minus 2 is smaller than a0 plus a1 plus a2 and so on. Can there be zeros? No, there can't. Minus 1 plus a n minus 2 plus n minus 3 smaller than a0 plus a1 plus a2 plus a3. My first guess is that we will need to do dp from the beginning and at the end at the same time to choose numbers one by one to satisfy inequalities. And so on. Is the answer so small for 6? For around 100, it's only 80,000. Maybe the solution will be all of the answer. I'm surprised that the author wanted to reveal such an information. It looks like the answer is of magnitude n square. Well, maybe it gets higher and higher. This is first condition. What will be the last condition? It will be that last n minus 1 numbers are smaller than everything. The second last will be a of n minus 1 plus so on plus a of 2. All but two numbers is smaller than a of 0 plus a of 1 plus so on plus f n minus 2. All but one number. And this is equivalent to a of n minus 1 is smaller than a of 0 plus a of 1. This is equivalent to the first condition. I guess the second last thing, minus 1 plus and so on plus a of 3 is smaller than a of 0 plus and so on plus a of n minus 3. This is equivalent to minus 1 plus a of n minus 2 smaller than plus a of 1 plus a of 2. Indeed, this is equivalent to the second condition. So there will be only n over 2 important inequalities. Let's say that n is 10. then it will be 4 against 5, then 5 against 6 is equivalent. Yeah. Can middle element be anything? I think so. Is answer always divisible by n? No, it's not here. Why? Oh, because it cannot be everything. Right. Let's say these are indices. Those 3 should be smaller than those 4. Those 4 smaller than those 5. So I'd say that this element can be anything. Or maybe this answer isn't that small. It's very, very big and taken modulo. Because this is not divisible by an even number. I would say that for even n, this number can be anything. Oh, sorted by difficulty. This must be true, so this number will be anything between 4th and 6th number. So not just anything. Because we need to have this inequality as well. Now it's time to think. I will grab some water. I appreciate the fact that everything is about the same topic of choosing problems for a contest, but so far I don't think any two problems were similar to each other. Let's start with something. I can go from the beginning and from the end, and after I'm done with choosing, let's say, those 3 problems, n-1, 0 and 1, it would be dp of, let's say, index. It will be, let's say, this thing, a equal 1. I wonder what is the state at this moment, after making sure that this inequality is true. It will be this, then value of a1 to know that the next number should be not smaller, then value of n-1 of this guy to know that the previous thing will need to be smaller than or equal to this, and also the difference a0 plus a1 minus this, and this is already what difference can be up to n squared in general, because after this we have difference of right part minus left part. This difference must be positive. This is solution in complexity. There is O of n 6 states and n squared transitions per state. Maybe this can be improved, but I will not even try that now if I have so many states. Here I iterate over the next number to add. I move over the here I would already chose value of 1, value of x, of 2, the value of 8. And now I need to choose this, a 3 and a 7. I will move to the next DP. N is up to 5000. The only thing I can do is, well, quadratic. I think the answer should be of magnitude 2 to n, up to 2 to n, something like this, because roughly this is the number of number of increasing sequences, and they need to satisfy these extra conditions. I guess many of them will. So yeah, this is indeed of magnitude 2 to 6 or something like that, and I guess just this is huge, and modulo this value it's very small. And there is something called Massey, Berlekamp-Massey. I could compute first few values for small n and then plug values into that algorithm, and it will try to guess the formula. But I don't think it will be possible. There shouldn't be any formula. It tries to find linear recurrence, doesn't matter exactly what that is, but I don't think it's solvable this way. Okay, let's make an observation. This number must be greater because of this inequality. Number with bigger index is greater than this thing. So if this is false, so even with here, let's say plus 20 and here plus 10, this is false. No, if this is true. If this is true, then this is true too. Is that correct? What I know is that this is greater than A3. Because this will be 20. For example, this is 15. If I subtract something big from the left side will become even smaller. Okay. Now the equivalent is, if this is false, then also this is false. So some suffix will be true. I think we just need to satisfy the last thing, the one in the middle. If you check if this is true, if this is true, this is true, fourth inequality, fifth, and so on, some prefix of them will be true. You want all of them to be true, so just you need to satisfy the last of them. And the last of meaningful inequalities is something like this. Just we need to figure out the details. I will take n equal to 10 as an example, and it will be 9. The left side has fewer elements. This is up to 5. This is 5 elements. 4 on the left. Okay. Because this will be equivalent to here. If this is true, then also 9, 8, 7 will be smaller than 0, 1, 2, 3. and so on. Cool. So I would say that for 10 I need to satisfy those two inequalities. And because those are greater, okay, one more observation, difference will be up to n. How to do it? Looks more like a math problem. I guess just a simple formula could do it. Well, I will not figure out a single formula without analyzing a lot of things. Maybe at the end it will be a simple formula, but then likely n wouldn't be up to 5,000, it would be up to 1 million. I still expect some dynamic programming. The fact that a problem is related to math doesn't mean that there is a formula. I have some choices, like to go from the middle, to go from the end, or both ends at the same time. It would be nice to just go from left to right. Then I have fewer states. What I can have is dp of I, well, value difference. This is too much. N cubic states. I want n square states. And I cannot even get this thing for now. If I go from left to right, I can remember the last used value, but I don't know the difference. So those are small values. A0 is smallest. If they will be far away from those, then inequality will not hold true. I want 5 numbers to be greater than those 4. In general, like n over, say, 100 numbers must be greater than 99, the sum of them. But for that, their average value must be very similar. Maybe I can go, and this value will be, let's say I already chose 1, 3, 4, 4 to 5, 8, 8. And this will be the sum of values, but it should be very similar to the last number times the prefix size. Otherwise, if there is there are big differences like this, and let's say this will be the end of this is the end of left part, there will be no solution, because here I must have numbers on the right greater than 20, greater than or equal to 20, and then the difference will be too big. The sum of those will be too small. Here I will say difference, where difference is 20 times prefix size, so I, minus sum. And I want to say that this must be smaller than or equal to, I don't know, n or something. It will be very much limited. It might be some combinatorics, some binomial coefficients, I don't know. Also, for the purpose of later, in the YouTube video binary searching time, it will be better if I add here some text, say this 41D just when you just see this, you should be able to quickly say what problem I'm solving. I'm quite sure that what happened. Color 1, select color black. I don't want it to be like this. Custom text width. Why is it black in the top? Select font, whatever, save. But then if I switch to something with black background, it will be bad. Yeah, it is bad. Why is this OBS so limited? I think that the same program on Windows, it has more options. I looked at the fastest solutions. Looks like no one has just used a formula. I'm not surprised. But, you know, some formulas aren't easy to compute. Like n factorial, you still need linear time to compute that, with some exceptions. The final solution might be very simple, and it might still take n squared time to compute it. On Windows in OBS you can choose like background color. I don't know. Let's try this. What is there on the left? There's Stirling's approximation for factorial for really big numbers. Yeah, but I will ask then, so what? It doesn't allow you to compute things exactly. Also, chat, please remind me later to change the problem name in this text in top right. Okay. Numbers should be very close to this thing. Can this thing be anything? Instead of dp, I could also iterate over this number. Then I need to know the number of ways to do this anyway. maybe I don't need to go from left to right. I just need to look at this number, iterate over its possible values, and then use combinatorics to find the number of ways to achieve something on the left. Can I get n square log? No, 2 seconds. It should be n square, but I can... Oh, somebody at the door. Tak? Proszę. I will get some mail in a moment. For 20, can I quickly say what is the number of ways to choose all values up to 20? So the sum of differences, 20 minus 15 plus 20 minus 12 plus and so on, it will be exactly some given diff. If yes, then I will iterate over value in this diff. This is some idea for fast enough complexity. And now this will be some combinatorics. So 20, okay, let's think about it. It should have some visual representation. I can think about paths from one corner of a grid to the other. Then the moment when I turn right, the height of that moment will be number in the sequence. So this will be what? 2, 2, here 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 6, 6, 7, 7, 7, and so on. At every column, I think when I turn right, so such a path will represent a sequence, and because I only go up and right, every next number will be not smaller than the previous one. Then the area, I think this sum will be area below, no, it will be area above this graph. So the sum 7 minus 2 plus 7 minus 3 and so on, I think it will be the area above this graph, so the number of dots here. And it should be small. Because of that, this path will look like this, like close to parabol. Or it cannot reach those values here. This is why I thought for a moment about n square log, because if I only consider cells that can contribute to the answer, there will be n log n of those. Because I cannot be here at all, then the sum would be too big. It would be so convenient to have just dp of like height, width, and area above, where area above is up to n, so the whole thing is cubic. At least the number of states is cubic. But I cannot have that. Just for this cell, the width will be n over 2 from the input n. Height can be anything because this is value, and I need to iterate over height, iterate over area above. And with combinatorics, I need to compute value, so number of ways. For this case, number of paths from one corner to the other of such a grid with height this, width that, and some area above. I'm already streaming for 2 hours, and now I'm solving my 4th problem. So I think the contest would finish around now. What was the duration? 150 minutes, so I would still have half an hour. Maybe I will solve this 4th problem in that time. I don't remember the standings. I don't know if people got full score. You don't need to tell me in the chat, but you can check for yourself. Normally I would do all of that thinking, like what I'm doing here, on a piece of paper. I even have some paper here. It's faster rather than typing some comments. But obviously now I want to make this stream watchable at all. I can as well just start here on this drawing. I could also think about the sequence of differences between those numbers. So like 0, 0, 1, 3, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0. This sequence will be non-decreasing if this is sequence of non-negative differences. If I have 3 here, it will be counted to the area as something like this. It will be the sum of value times index. This 3, it contributes that part. So 3 by 3. This 1, it contributes 1 by 2. Now the problem would be count the number of non-negative sequences where the sum of values is something. It will be that final height. Actually, maybe I need to add here A1. Because we start at height 1 and then it does matter in some way what is the first number. Maybe. I want the sum of values to be this final height. This is constant over which, well, this is value over which I iterate. And sum over value times, let's be consistent, times I should be equal area above. Is this knapsack? For every number, can decide how much it contributes, then it would be dp of prefix, so I. No, but that would be sum and sum with weights like this. It's area above, so becomes the same thing. But area above will be much greater than sum. Maybe I need to try n square log. I will try to look at the editorial to see if n square log is okay. Oh, maybe I can do this. Well, it's n square is possible. Now careful. One condition for each k, blah blah blah, and now quick look just at complexity. If they mention n square log, they don't. If I don't come up with n squared, then I will try to squeeze this into accepted, because it isn't that bad. N squared. In case you wonder, before this stream I didn't see problems at all. An alternative would be if I indeed think about problems in advance and then during a stream just explain solutions and maybe implement them. But then I would need to spend a lot of time outside of this stream. I treat this stream kind of like my practice, where I just think about problems. Plus, as an extra, you can watch it if you want. This first day I will do lead code problem solving live, by the way, on the same channel, the same time, on first day. I have no idea how to do it. Count the number of paths with some area above them. M is prime and in the input. The values will be huge. I cannot save all the values. In my code. If M was just 1,000,000,007, then I would paste I would run this program on my computer and save values, paste them into code, then submit, and it would be constant time after submission. But this modulo is here in the input to make it impossible to hard code all the values. Oh, I remember what I was... Oh, never mind, I did that. Let's think fresh. Let's maybe try another approach. I know that this must be true. The sum of those values smaller than the sum of those values. So last 4, that it will be biggest, first 5. And this must be like that. Maybe it will help me if I write it in the other direction. First 4 numbers greater than a of 6 plus and so on plus a of 9. And then forget about this. I need to count such sequences. For n equal to 9, it will be just first 5 against last 4. Without that extra middle element, because here we have a5, and the only condition for a5 is that it should be between a4 and a6. It comes from the first inequality. And I figured that to make this true, those two sums must be very close to each other. The difference between them will be at most n. Because even if all numbers were equal, then this would be greater only by n, or by a5. And but because those values on the left, each of them must be smaller or equal than everything on the right. I cannot think of anything different than the interpretation below, like either just this path or this sequence of differences. I can say that every number, let's say let a0 be a0, let it be a4 minus a0. This will be positive, non-negative. And then it is the following. Right. Let's do n equal to 9. Then first 5 against last to also make things more fresh, let's number things from 1 to n. From 1 to 5, this should be greater than from 6 to 9. First 5 against last 4. Let's define things like this. This should be at least 0. Then on the left we have 5 times a5 minus a0 minus a1 minus a2 minus a3. No a0. Minus a4. And this should be greater a6 and everything later, or a7, let's define as a7 minus a5. This will be positive and increasing. Greater than, yeah, this also needs to satisfy some. That's bad. 4 times a5 plus a6 plus a7 plus a8 plus a9. a5 will be reduced because a5 is some value kind of in the middle. This is why I wanted to subtract it from both sides. 1 minus a2 minus a3 minus a4 greater than a6 plus a7, 9, 8 and 9. This needs to be non-decreasing, this needs to satisfy something as well. But I can move those things to the right side. This is non-decreasing. So for a1 this difference is biggest. So this can be big value, then smaller, smaller and so on. All values here are non-negative. Every number I change it into its distance from a5. I can write here and this I can write as absolute value, let's say. But this is original. Let's say that original is uppercase A. Now here also everything should be uppercase. I'm interested in the number of non-decreasing sequences with some sum. But this will be equivalent to this thing. There is additional condition that initial values must be between 1 and n. So if a5 is, let's say, 7 and n is 10, then something cannot exceed 3. This makes things harder. Also, for some time I don't see any messages from YouTube. And does it mean that something is wrong with YouTube stream? Yes, something is wrong with Restream chat. Let me try to fix it. There is error, internal error. YouTube stream is working fine. Yes, I see it. So, starting from this moment, like around 9, more than an hour ago, something broke, and this is why I only see Twitch comments. I will try to in some way restart it. Connected. Can you, YouTube chat, can you type something now? How would you get into competitive programming without getting overwhelmed? Well, if you have no clue about coding, then first learn some language. Okay, YouTube chat works now. I will quickly go through comments from past hour to see if anything is bad. Yeah, now it works. I needed to turn it off and on in chat settings. It always helps. IT is so easy. No, I wanted to do this. Here, what is timestamp? So I didn't see a lot of those messages. From the most recent, related to the stream hopefully. And square, everyone did it. Okay. I think it is permutation problem. I don't see how it's permutation problem. Play Portal, yes I will. One weekend. In February. I will try to do it in February. Brute force it, then try to come up with an answer, a pattern. It might be a good idea. Editor, like this is Linux and Genie. You can read frequently asked questions in the description. There are a lot of answers. And okay, that's it. Sorry about this YouTube chat not being displayed. I should have realized earlier that something is wrong here with the ratio of... Usually there are more YouTube comments. How long will this end? This stream will last for around 3 more hours, but I'm not sure. We'll see. For now, I don't know how to solve D. Yeah, was I following something new here? Yes, I tried this thing. So I need to count non-decreasing sequences with some sum of elements. I don't think I can do it. And this is equivalent to this area above. I can try n square log n. Maybe it will be enough. then let's think if I can do n square log n. I give up with n square. I just after, I don't know, half an hour, I don't know how to do it. No, n square log n. It will be dp of sum and area above. I will go from the left on the sequence, and I will maintain dp of I, value of this last element, and also value times I minus sum so far. I know that this shouldn't be greater than n, but this is n cubic. Okay, so this is bad idea. Instead, I need to go through this grid. The number of cells in this grid is... But this assumes that I already know the final height. I give up with n square approach and just try to get of n square times log. If I iterated with height first, then I can go here from left to right, and the number of cells, possible cells, will be n log n, but then I cannot maintain area above. I don't think it can be dp from left to right. Can it? Inclusion-exclusion principle went through my head as well, but I think it would be too complicated. Do you think CS Academy is better than Codeforces for beginners? I don't know. Hard to say. CS Academy doesn't do new things. By the way, my current hoodie, this is from CS Academy, this thing. I think it's quite rare hoodie. I don't know if any of my friends have it. Also, there is this on the back. Do you see it? I think. Oh. So, it's also rare to get something with your nickname on it. So I got lucky. Can go here element by element. It will be dp of I value, and I need to maintain the sum. And don't know how to solve this problem. Sweet hoodie, thank you. Okay. Because it's so much time passed already, then I will look at the editorial and try to see some prefix of the editorial. We only need to satisfy one condition, namely k equal n over 2. Yes, I noticed that. x1 should be greater than or equal to this. I didn't think about it this way. What do they substitute? Okay, they investigate the differences. Failed to connect to chat server. Please try reloading the page. Do I have the internet? I do. Okay. Never mind. I think xi is sequence of differences, tuples of non-negative integers such that the sum doesn't exceed n, and this is true. I don't want to scroll further down. Maybe this will be enough. After seeing some part of the editorial. I'm assuming that it's something like that. And then the sum shouldn't indeed exceed n-1. But also the first value will be important. Oh, the first will be the difference between first and 1. Okay, cool. Then the second condition. So what our inequality becomes? Because here I replaced everything with what is most similar? Nothing. Okay, I have this. I can also say that it means a1 is greater than minus a2, minus a3, minus a4, minus a5, plus a6, plus a7, plus a8, plus a9. This will be a1, a2 is a1 plus x2. This is a1 plus x1 plus x2. And a1 is 1 plus x1, but let's skip it for a moment. Plus and so on, plus a1, so no, a5 is a1 plus x2 plus x3 plus x4 plus x5. But we have plus a1 plus x2 up to 6, a1 plus x2 up to 7, a1 plus x2 up to 8, plus a1 plus x2 up to 9. It will be this last term is a9. 1 is greater than, all a1 will reduce to 0, because here we have minus. This with that becomes x of 3 to 6, plus this with that is x of 4 to 7. Let's pair it differently. x2 with x to 9. It will be x3 9 plus 2,8 minus 2,3 is x of 4,8. Do we have x of 6? Yes. I have this condition. xi are non-negative values, and this is true. A1 is something. So this will be x with multipliers like 3 has 1, 1, 3, 4 appears twice, 5, 6, like that. And I can also say that A1 is 1 plus x1. These are indices 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Did they got the same? This is from x2. This. Did I make some mistake? Why my sequence starts on position 3? I'm aware of this difference, A1 versus x1. And if I replace that with greater equal, I think it will be equivalent. So A1 is greater, so x1 will be greater equal. Should I get x2 somewhere? This minus that. Strange. But still, I don't think it will be a big difference. Let's try to solve this. And I can change this to x1 and say this is greater or equal. Okay. Maybe it was because of parity of n, I don't know. Can I solve this in n squared? I can go through things and say dp of I sum and weighted sum. So what? I think I could as well think about simpler sequence. What if the multipliers were 1, 2, 3, 4? And then it's equivalent to my previous analysis. But this time I don't care about the final sum, I only want inequality. I want this to be greater than something at the end. Or here, smaller equal x1. In particular, element with multiplier 4, it cannot be big. I can start from this thing with multiplier 4. No, this is too similar to what I had previously. The tourist says the right part is x2, x3 and so on, so it starts with x3. Okay, yes, that was the difference. My sequence starts from 1, and starting from 2, it is exactly the same. Yep, thank you. So we have the author watching the stream. I don't think that it helps me anyway that this is doubled instead of just 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's investigate this for a moment. Can it help me? Where do we see such a double thing? In convolution, maybe. If we compute convolution of a sequence with itself, every term will be doubled. Anywhere else? In just formula for something square. I don't think it's, and maybe I will write here, this is for me 1 to n. Okay, which I can drop here dimension I, but then it will not be dp, it will be just combinatorics, because I don't go with numbers one by one. I already a few times thought about going from big multipliers, like from 4, and then saying it is something like just dp of sum and weighted sum. I don't need the index, because just going to the left by 1, I will say everything increases by 1. So this weighted sum will increase by sum. When I move from multipliers 3 to 1, from 1 to 3, when I move to those, 2, 3, 4, I will move to, with new element, say x, I'll go to sum plus x, weighted sum plus x. Yes. Maybe I will add inclusion exclusion on the top of that. Because now I don't know the length of the sequence. Every number can be 0. Maybe I can make it, maybe I will say every number should be at least 1. Yeah, I have a condition for the sum of numbers x. x1 plus and so on plus xn is up to n minus 1. Now if I say that every xi I define as xi plus 1, because I want to stop in some way when I get the sequence of length n. And I needed a third dimension for that. This will limit my length to be at most 2n. Oh no, that it's stupid because the sum will be now quadratic. No, that's bad. I will not do this. Maybe just bad idea. If I do this, then I will get eventually dp for the sum. Can I just say that the remaining values will be 0? Maybe. Every time I add a new value, let's say that those will be multipliers. Every time I add a new positive value, I will consider this to be the last positive value added. So when I move like this, and I reach some, let's say that current sum is, well, I named it sum and weighted sum, so let's use that. I want those to be true. x1 plus sum should be smaller or equal n minus 1, and x1 greater than equal weighted sum. But isn't guaranteed that my sequence will not be too long. I think it is guaranteed. I just want to say that I think I'm good if value with this multiplier is non-negative. I will force the first value to be positive. So we have a bit longer sequence of multipliers. So I move from this to that, and also if the first non-negative value looking from the right is here, then the last one is, I don't know, here. Non-negative in terms of values xi. Then what? I will also so when I add something non-negative, I consider this to be the last such thing. Then I can iterate over how long the sequence should still be, or like how many things I should add here on the right. I right now think that the multipliers are 1, 2, 3. That this was first, this was last. But maybe in fact I should say it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I should increase everything by the sum. When adding a positive number, let's start with some pseudocodes. From this, move to something new. This will be the number of ways, or yeah, number of ways. If I can just move like this, dp of sum and weighted sum. This means adding a 0. At the beginning of the sequence. I shouldn't do this if both are 0 already. If sum, first, if not me, then continue. by default dp of 0, 0 is 1. If sum, then consider this. Now for every possible new number from x to n. That new state will be dp of sum plus x and weighted sum plus x. We'll call it sum2 and weighted sum2. dp of sum2 weight2 plus equal me. But also I need to consider this to be the answer. For that I will iterate over how much zeros there will be as an extra. Extra zeros is from 0. Still it must be true that sum weight2 plus sum2 times extra smaller equal n plus extra. Now the pair will be sum2 and weight2 plus sum2 times extra. I made the shift. Now I want some inequalities. I can also iterate over x1 maybe? Yeah, this will be brute force for now, obviously. I cannot have so many for loops, one inside the other. I think those 3 for loops in total it will be n square log actually. But we'll see. I want to get something with quadratic number of states. N plus x1. Well, x1 plus sums should be smaller or equal n minus 1. And this must be true. So x1 should start from weighted sum. Answer plus equal me. This is some possible value of x1. Sum can be from 0 to n minus 1. What is the condition for the sum of values? This. The sum of all values is up to n minus 1. But I think... No, it's okay. Weighted sum is used here, so anything bigger than n minus 1 doesn't make sense. Sorry about being inconsistent with this. I usually every day write this, but when I teach somebody I try to use this more standard way, and then because of that I mix. Nicely vector of int n vector of int n and I don't want if sum greater than 0 and this is smaller than n, sum 2 greater or equal n, or weight 2 is greater or equal n, continue. Answer. Two, yeah, it should be 3 and 7. D for 2, 3, I don't print the answer. Well, that's not close. Maybe 1 will be easiest to handle. Oh, I should say multipliers were quite different than this. It wasn't just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I figured that it is that. I choose, oh, that's less pleasant. I wonder if I should group this into pairs. For every multiplier there will be 1 or 2 numbers with this value. So I start with biggest value. I see if there are 1 or 2 numbers there. So I iterate over 1 or 2. Oh, but I don't even know if it's 1 or 2. My solution would be more complicated for even n, for different parity of n. For one parity it will be harder because there is just one maximum instead of 2. My current idea is to say that every multiplier occurs exactly twice. So here, instead of iterating over x, I would iterate over x and let's say x2. Because I can as well say the multipliers are, I need to turn this off, 0, 0, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4. It would be, I think, easier to say that it's 4, 4, which is true for some parity of n. Now, for what parity of n? I think for even n, because here I did everything for n equal to 9. Yes, and I have 10 multipliers here. So this is n equal to 10. I will consider both of these not mid and continue. I think I wanted to say that the first value should be non-zero. Oh yes, I consider 0 only if sum is greater than 0 already. But I need to count that too. Oh, it's so complicated. I don't see a possibility in finishing this problem in 1 hour. Like 1 more hour now. After spending so much time and already looking at the prefix of the editorial. So should I still fight with this, or should I look further in the editorial? I think it's the latter, because I also want to try E and F. So let's see if I'm following a good direction. Suppose that we have fixed those values. Yes, that's the easy part. The part about this is equivalent to the fact that here I'm iterating with x1 from weighted sum to this, and indeed I could replace this for loop to answer plus equal me times this size of interval. I understood that already. Oh, okay. Sum plus weighted sum is important. So here I could wait, this is sum of values x2 through xn. This is sum with multipliers. I care about a plus b, so I will just say that I increase everything by 1. And I don't care about the sum anymore. Is it that easy? So I move, indeed now I have x2 through n times 1, 2, and so on, and then at the end it will be 2. Oh, actually, what I'm saying is anyway written here. I stopped reading at this moment, but here it's written anyway. Yeah. After this sentence, things became clearer for me. And this is important. It will be sum plus weighted sum, and this relate. N minus this is the number of ways to choose x1. So can I now, and also it should be smaller or equal n, otherwise there are 0 ways. So I can just go like this. Yes. It will be easy analog n, and just the number of states is small enough. Huh. I will first what should I do? What should I do? Remove everything that I created. Let's make it n plus 1, n plus 1, 2, 0 for position from 2 to n. Later I will improve it. I just want to make something that works, so I could print the answer, it will match, then I will try to make it faster. For this number, for every value from 0 to something, first me is dp of I sum mod is, oh, I need to read the modulo. Add self. it will do a plus equal b on modulo. Does the language have to be C++ or is it optional? You can choose, and many languages are possible, but C++ is fastest. If me is 0, then continue. For every value from 0, 0 is possible, let's say true, plus value. You need to figure out the multiplier. It will be the minimum of I minus 2 plus 1. It will be from the left, comma, n minus I plus 2. Sum 2 is sum plus multiplier times value. Sum 2 is too big, break. Solve dp of I plus 1, sum 2, dp of I sum. Then answer is 0. At position n plus 1, sum is 0, sum up to n plus sum. Answer is answer plus p of n plus 1 sum times n minus sum, I think. Oh, infinite loop. Oh, I have model. Incorrect. Let's think about it. Looking at the editorial, yeah, that many choices. I didn't put brackets. Why it worked? Hey, where is the statement? (66) and this is incorrect because I have an overflow here. Correct. Now let's make it fast. Well, this is already n square log n, so let's check the running time, but maybe it will be easy to speed this up. Print what 5, let's try with 2000 first. I don't need this to be prime. This is very fast. 250 milliseconds. Okay, let's submit this and then think about n square version. It's, even though there are 3 for loops nested inside each other, this only iterates over multiplies of something, and then to make it not exceed n, the complexity of this part is something like n divided by multiplier, or almost equivalent to n divided by I, and the sum over this for every I, it is the sum of this is of n times log n. This is called harmonic series. So this combined with that is n log n, plus here we have n. Is memory okay? I have 5000, 1 gigabyte. So yeah, I have 100 megabytes. By the way, moments like this are so cool, where you realize that, well, it's very hard to come up with that yourself. But you have two separate dimensions, and then you realize because of something that only their sum matters, so you just need to maintain their sum. It is so nice. So this part of this problem is very, very nice, and it makes the whole problem amazing. So just the solution boils down to, of course, after defining a and b, it follows that a plus b is important. Those words kind of sum up why this problem is nice. Okay, 400 milliseconds, so this n square log is enough because it's very fast here. We just do simple operations, no modulo. Well, here this is fast. Now, can I do it better? Got any tips for a novice coder computer science student? In FAQ, in the description, you will find answers to questions like this. I have section how to practice on my GitHub wiki. How do you dual stream? There are things for that, like restream and castor. Great job on this. So kudos to Tourist for coming up with a problem. But now, how to get rid of logarithm? Well, I can go from biggest, right? And I can do what I described earlier, where from multipliers 1, 2, 3 to move to... No, this is stupid. I don't have sum as dimension. This sum represents sum plus weighted sum. Wait. No, this is not just now weighted sum with multipliers like this. So multipliers are this. I can move from biggest I wonder if I can get rid of I. And what else could I do? Okay, I see it. Number, let's say that we consider multiplier equal to 5 or just 3. Then position 4, it will move into positions 4, 7, 10, 13, and let's say 16 will be the last one. I can iterate maybe over multiplier first, and then what I do is I will add something to dp of 4, then unmark it here. At position 19 I will say minus value, minus me. Me is the number of ways to get to my state. I will say plus me at position 4, plus me at position 19, and then I will go with jumps of 3. And we'll use some kind of prefix sums. Do I need to iterate over multiplier first? Multiplier depends on I. So here I can count. Oh no, multiplier is constant. It can be created here. And now I need to go through the array and do stuff. This is optional, doesn't matter. Sum plus multiplier times value, this, okay. I will say add self dp of I plus 1 sum. And now where I need to subtract, oh, actually never. It goes forever till n, so I just need to do this. So from me I add by multiplier and so on. It will be much easier than I thought. It just like dp of I sum will be dp of I plus 1 sum minus multiplier plus dp of I sum. Because of that, it's very easy to get linear memory now. I now understood how easy my transitions are. But does it work? 3. Incorrect. Something is wrong. Why did I get so big value? 139 instead of 7. dp2, no, never mind. Can multiplier be 0? It can't. But let's put an assert for that. One 39. Oh, and here I don't check for out of boundary. Sum greater equal multiplier. If yes, then this, otherwise 0. I thought about this for a moment and just forgot about it. Okay. So I'm removing this. I'm removing that. And let's get rid of two-dimensional array, but first let's see if it works for big test. 837, 837, cool. If sum from multiplier add self dp of sum minus multiplier. What did I do? dp of sum. That works. It does happen that you will think about a solution for hours and then the code is just this. But also I went through stages with much longer code. This is now quadratic with linear memory. And I can remove all of this very happily, because most of that did not help. I just needed to move everything to one side. Even here I had somewhere these differences. I needed to understand how exactly I will use this area above and do it for the whole sequence to make some observations. This was my mistake. Yep, now 87 milliseconds, a bit faster. There are 2 problems left in 3 hours and 20 minutes, and looking at the editorial several times for D, I solved 4 problems. Let's see standings, how badly I would do. people solved the quite in reasonable time, in an hour maybe on average, at least top 20. Also, a lot of strong people participated in that contest. So I would fight for what, top 100? ABC, I think without explanation it wouldn't take me that much time. I didn't struggle too much. So solving D in 2 hours, I would fight for being in top 50 or whatever. But E seems solvable. A lot of people have that. Maybe not a lot. What is that? 14? 40? Accepted, tried. I think I see more than 14 accepted submissions for E. Oh, because E is, there is small and big subtask. So there are so many people here because D is 800 plus 800. So one can solve just easier version. And then F is, let's say, unsolvable for me. This is E. I will change description. Balancing network. So not all problems are about problems and their scores. Also, regarding the previous problem, it's called that the statement is kind of natural. You get to that dot product and the DP, but we start from just saying that k problems should be worth less than k plus 1 problems. Is it possible to earn money doing this? If you are extremely good, yes, it is possible. But it's so much easier to just become a software engineer and earn more. The wires are numbered from 1 to n from top to bottom, and the balancers are numbered 1 through m. Each balancer must be in one of two states, up or down. I don't know for now what that means. Is it defined? Consider a token that starts moving to the right along some wire at a point to the left of all balancers. So something starts, say, here. During the process, the token passes through each balancer exactly once. Is it guaranteed? If we start at 1, it goes here, then to this one. Whenever the token encounters balancer I, the following happens. If the token is moving along wire X, in down state. Okay, so down up means that it's arrow up or down. Every balancer is able to transport you only in one direction. I still don't understand. During the process, the token passes through each balancer exactly once. Maybe it will be clear in a moment. State of balancing network is called uniforming if a wire W exists, regardless of the starting wire. So such that, regardless of starting, the token will always end up at wire W and run to infinity along it. Find any uniforming state, find any non-uniforming state. YouTube, oh, why is it frozen? I will try to fix it. Strange. Why did it become frozen? But I hope you hear me well for the whole time. Add video capture device. Nope. Discard. Audio is fine, that's something. I cannot restart OBS because then the stream will restart. I can... let's remove this. That transfer. Add new video capture device. Yes, this. Strange. Come. Maybe what can be an issue? Cables, I don't know. I will replug the cable. So it was about the cable? Hackerman again. If something doesn't work, just replug it. I think we are good. Why am I so tilted? Oh, camera is curved. Not curved, I mean not straight. What happened? When I use vector of pairs, I have to reserve for every test case after clear. No, vector.clear should clear everything. It doesn't matter if those are pairs. The memory usage is some other topic. I will not touch that, but clear should clear all the elements. After I push back all the input, there is a, if you're saying about memory usage, then it's something else. If you're saying that values stayed there, I don't think it's true. This problem will be about analyzing exactly what happens. For every wire, is it called wires? Wire is every horizontal thing. Balancer is vertical thing that goes up or down. The token passes through each balancer exactly once. Now, during a contest, I would ask a question about it. I see examples where it doesn't, so is it forbidden? Here it uniforms, everything points to this thing. That's a nice drawing, by the way. What are you making? Oh, and I need to decrease this back, like this. I'm not making anything. I don't have chat commands yet. I'm solving problems from some competitive programming competition. Competitive competition, that's stupid. Algorithmic problems. In the description there are frequently asked questions, there is more info about me. There might be -1. Non-uniforming state doesn't exist. Uniforming state doesn't exist. It will be some kind of a tree, likely, at least for uniforming case. Okay, I will just assume that this sentence shouldn't be here, or I misunderstand it. Or maybe they mean for each balancer token will pass through it at most once? Oh, that passes through, I understand now. Balancer is at some distance from the start, and when token is moving along different wire, then nothing happens. Now I understand. So what? Maybe drawings will be nice. Do I have paint? Paint. Color paint. Install. I have some more software on Windows where I did previous streams. In particular, my drawing tablet doesn't work on Linux. At least I made the stream to work today. That's already an achievement. Last time I needed to stream on Windows because I couldn't run OBS on Linux. Maybe I will take a look just at this. If I want to make everything uniform and to end exactly here, then is it true to say all the things that touch this wire, I will direct them this way? Then I can go from right to left in this order. And well, first I know that this is good because it goes to the goal. Then after this wire, this balancer, I will say that also this becomes good. So for this thing, If one of the ends are, at least one end is good, then I can order it, I can make a direction, and I say this is good as well. What if two are good? Then doesn't matter, and so on, continue. Yeah, and here for this one I see that this is good, so this one becomes good. And at the end I want all of them to be good. This will be, I think, quadratic complexity is n big, 50,000 maybe bit sets. 2 seconds. Because my solution will be iterate over the final thing, move from right to left for every balancer decide, say if one end is good then the other becomes good. So I will use edges in a graph in this order. I can say that this is a graph. I have already vertices 1, 2, 3, 4. And the first edge happens between 2 and 3. 2, 3. So this is edge number 1, the first one from the right. Then between 3 and 4, edge number 2. Then here 1, 2, edge number 3. 4 is between 2 and 4. And the last one is between 1 and 3. Maybe with small red I will mark each of those is a vertex. Beautiful drawing. Now what happens is I will start from something, and in some order edges will be used. With maybe, I don't know, pink is okay, green. Okay, green will be fine, dark green. If I start from 3, then first this edge 1 is used, edge 2, edge 3, and done. Can I make everything uniform to vertex 4? Edge 1 is used, nothing happens, then edge 2, it will make this one good as well, vertex 3, then edge 3 does nothing, edge 4 and edge 5, it will make this one good as well. Let's now try this thing, just to experiment to see what happens. Edge 1 does nothing, edge 2 does nothing, 3 makes this one good, 4 makes this one good, and 5 makes this one good. So it turns out that everything, I can make everything to be the good final vertex, but it doesn't matter, I need to just find one. The graph must obviously be connected. It must be connected. But the order of edges matters a lot. If you imagine a huge tree, but the order of edges is random, then you will not spread to everything. I will have complexity O of n times m. Consider every starting vertex and then go through edges in the order. And it will be slightly too slow. Maybe with such constraints it would be nice to use bit sets, but I don't see how. Will you make graph tutorials? Yes, I will, eventually. When next bit manipulation video is coming? Maybe in 2 days. Hello, Lone Wolf. I don't know what comment Algo expert means. Is it answer to something? Amazon Twitch. Sounds like random words. And hello, Aka Sasuki. Can I consider things from left to right? Or different way. For a starting vertex, what does it mean that something will become good? There must be sequence of increasing edges, like the first 1, then 3. I'm interested in paths with increasing edges. Yes. So vertex 3, okay, this vertex, it will become good if there is a decreasing path to something that is the goal at the end. Maybe I will go through things from left to right with bit sets. So 1, first 5. I will say that 1 at the beginning it is good, this thing, if it is good here or 3 is good here. Then when this edge happens, I will say that 1 is good if this is good, or this is good, or this is good, and so on. And I will maintain such a bit set for every vertex. At the end, the bitwise end of those bit sets, it must be non-empty. But I don't see how to update bit sets quickly. Just a request, please try to upload more frequently. You know, I'm limited by my time. When I have time, I try to do something for YouTube. Maybe I can try from few random vertices, but maybe for, I got this idea of trying some number of starting vertices. For each of them, I will decide what possible end goals are there. I will compute their bitwise end, and only those make sense. Then from one of them, when I compute what vertices are good at the beginning, some of them will be bad. I will take one of those bad vertices, I will compute things from left to right, and then I will remove some here starting points on the right. Maybe it is quadratic, so still bad. But maybe because of some structure here, there may be some observations that will make this fast. These problem-solving streams are pure gold. Thanks. But there are also streams by Tourist, by Petr, or streams or videos. By Umnik recently, he records a lot of contests, and that's very nice. I encourage more people to do what I'm doing today. So to solve problems and just not do virtual participation, just solve problems slowly and think about them out loud, like I'm doing that right now. If somebody wonders, I'm solving this problem now. AtCoder Grant Contest 41, problem E. Link to the contest is in the description. Maybe something with square root decomposition. I'm thinking for the whole time about uniforming, but there is also subtask to find such an arrangement where it will be not uniforming. So there will be two different end states. Maybe this is easier. Because the whole problem was hard. It's nice for the contest, but not nice for me now, that from standings I don't think I see which subtask is easier. A lot of people solved it for 800 points, including people in the top, so full task is not easy. Some subtask is. It's very windy today in Warsaw. So I'm sure that 800 points wasn't a good balance between subtasks. I'm not sure actually, but I think so. We'll see later. But it was nice to make it hard to guess from the standings which subtask is easier. Let's close other things for now. Oh, also let's see if in D, if I got everything right, just for a moment. Well, yes, that's it. Hello, Davizera in the Twitch chat. Will you post this stream later? Yes. My main channel is youtube.com/Errichto. There are some well-prepared videos here. And then there is also youtube.com/Errichto too. And in particular, you can see previous stream with easy AtCoder problems. And later, this one will be automatically available as well. Maybe you will need to wait for 1 hour after the stream because YouTube needs to process the video. Let's get back to the drawing. Okay, let's maybe consider square decomposition or divide and conquer. When I cut in the middle, for every, I can easily process half. Maybe I will split into 10 parts or square root parts, but for single part I can process it. If I split into multiple parts, like this, in each of them there will be only square root balancers, so only square root vertices are interesting. So I think I can process every such part in complexity related to square root, but then can I combine them? For every goal here, I will know that I can reach some states. I think then the first part will be just naive for every part, but I only consider some balancers. For every such part, most vertices, they will just point to itself because nothing happens in this part for that vertex. For others, maybe they will propagate and they will also say, okay, this one becomes good as well. Let's remove this was brute force, but now my goal will be to get first part in something like, I don't want to distinguish between n and m. Let's assume that n is equal to m. So I will have n square root of n in the first part, I think. And then second, I want for every here start point, I will know which endpoint will become good. For those two, I need to now say they become which ones here, and maybe for that I will use a bit set. But if I want to iterate for every here starting point, even for one part over everything here, it's already too slow. Maybe some randomized solution. Maybe just dividing the complexity by 10, like grouping here things into groups of size. No, stupid. Is it? Wait a second, isn't it straightforward bit set? Yes, I think it is. So I go from left to right at every moment. For every wire, I know it will propagate into which here wires. And just when there is a balancer between those two, I need to compute bitwise OR between them. It will be mask 1 or mask 2. And I think that's it. At the end, I want some start point here on the right to have bit mask of everything. So it will mean that I can get to anything 1, 2, 3, 4, and this means from each of 1, 2, 3, 4, I get to that endpoint. I don't know why it took me so long. What is T? Oh, test case. I can find uniforming state, so assert T is 1. I need to retrieve the answer, because in the output there is that. Can I do it? Is memory big? 1 GB. Yes, it is quite big. Let's think if n times m, it will be 5 billion. So this translates into 5/8 of gigabyte. And that's good enough. I think for every balancer I will remember its bit mask. Are balancers ordered from left to right? Yes, they are. NMT. Source read it scanf. P first, P second. I've read the input. So I need to go from left to right. Just like that. For now we'll be fine. I will create max n. This will be size of a bit set. Vector of bit set of max n, mask of size n. Oh, it will be n by n. But I need to remember it for m. Okay, never mind. Here, for everything, they are numbered from what? From 1 to n. Let's make them number from 1 to n. Here. Minus p first, minus p second. Mask of I is 1. This is n by n huge binary grid. Mask of p first or equal mask of p second. Mask of p second is equal mask of p first. Now two masks became OR of each other, and for everything print mask of I count. It will count once. Balancers. Let's save it into file in and run in 444. But I'm guessing that if I remove, let's say, the last edge, so let's say there are only 4 edges. No, 3, 4, 4, 2, 2. Let's analyze if this is true. It says that even without this edge and this one, for starting vertex 1, everything, for ending 1, 1, 2, 3, okay. 2, 3 is the first, so indeed we go from the right. So they say if there is 1, then everything will be done. I don't think so. I don't agree with this. Oh, but I removed wrong edges. I wanted to say that we're removing those. So let's first remove one of them, 1, 3. 3, 4, 4, 3. So 4, 3 is what? What did I remove? 1, 3, not 4, 3. 1, 3 is removed, it's this one. And now, if we start from 1, we will first propagate with this edge, then with this one. That's too bad. Only 3 vertices are done. Indeed, 3 vertices. If we start from 2, then 1, 2, 3, 4, everything. If we start from 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, everything. If we start from 4, 1 is not done, 2, 3 not, 4, yes, 3. Okay, this is correct. I agree with those numbers, but we need to retrieve the answer. Well, first, if any of those values is exactly n, then the answer will be yes, it's possible. Int last is -1, mask of I count is last. No, if it's n, I don't know what type it is, let's cast it into int, then last is I, and whatever, break. If last is -1, then what do we print, -1 or no? -1. Otherwise, we need to retrieve the answer. I don't need to remember bit sets, do I? First, n by n, it will be just this. So I expect 2.5 gigabytes. I can just move from the end, right? String s of size m. At the end I will print it. Vector of Boolean values. Good of size m. Good of last is true. Move from the end, from m-1 to 0. We have x is balancers of I first, y is balancers of I second. If good of x, if the first is good, then I need to say move up. S of I is up, and let's say in all other cases move down. Is it lowercase v? Yes, it is. So that should be it. Yeah, I don't use it indeed. Ys is bad. I need to, let's say question marks will be there by default. Up, down, down, up. Let's copy the input again because I modified it a little bit. It says up, down, down. So up, down, down. I don't think it's correct. Oh, I don't propagate good. And then good of y is true. Else if good of y, then s of I must be v. Good of x is true. Else, then whatever. Let's for now do a question mark. It will mean whatever, I don't care. Up, they say, and then doesn't matter. Correct. So let's say in those cases I do down. What else is there? Here it should say -1. Let's get 800 points. This problem was much easier than D, I think. What was C about and how much was it worth? 900 points. Yeah, there I implemented a lot. Runtime error. Oh yeah, runtime error is my assert for one type of tests. $50 out of 80 tests. What's my complexity? It will be here m times n over 32. Hey, are you guy from Google interview video? Yes, I might be that guy. Clement's Google interview video. I think that video made over 1 million views now. There should be a lot of people knowing me from that video. 800 points, as I expected. And now, I believe from the standings that the other subtask is very hard. But I will think about it, sure. Maybe not very hard. More people solved D, but also more people tried, if this is the order of problems. It isn't worth it to solve some hard other subtask of E, if you instead can fight for 1200 points or 2000. This problem is a game Japanese kids use to create permutations for games, like picking teams. You mean E? It is based on it. Whoa, okay. So you're saying that it is kind of random. I can believe you. So now let's get back to drawing. And what I want is I want to direct those arrows in such a way that not everything will go to one vertex. I wonder if there will be anything related to subtask I already solved. Yeah, they randomly draw the vertical lines. Oh, I understand. It's not that the line is with arrow. It's just that now I get it. That you will say here that 1 goes to here 3, then back to 2. So the permutation will be 2, then like that. Wait, 2 again? Is it possible? For 1 it was, oh, for 1 I did it incorrectly. For 1 we move to 3, then to 4, so the permutation is 4, 2, 3, 1. Cool. 1 goes to 3, then to 4. Okay, cool. Thank you. That's a nice insight. Can you compare hard problems from AtCoder with hard problems of Codeforces? You can look at the standings and compare performance. Hardest AtCoder problems are usually harder than hard Codeforces problems, I think. So let's think about the subtask where we try to direct the arrows in such a way that we will end up in 2 different positions at the end. Maybe a new drawing, or at least I will expand this one. And copy the drawing again. If this was the whole drawing, then putting an arrow in any way will make everything to go into one thing. Generally, or maybe look at this, let's look at it this way. Putting an arrow down now we can be at vertices 2, 3, 4. We want to be at many of them. I can focus on just 2 positions, either from the start or from the end. let's say 2 and 4, and as they go from left to right, I want them to finish at 2 different positions. Here it's impossible because they meet here, and there will be an arrow, they will meet. Now 2 and 3, can I make them not meet? Here in 3 I can decide if I want 3 to go there or there. Different colors will be better. 2 can go here or there. 3 can go like that or like this. And then blue have those possibilities. Red can be like that. Blue can get to a lot of states. But I decide about that, and before they meet, for me, bad situations are those when there is a balancer, like this one here, between them. Then actually this is forbidden from now on, and this is forbidden. Red also could move there, but they will meet. There will be one arrow there, and they will meet. So they cannot reach the same balancer. One of them can, as long as the other is like in some other place. So here red can continue like that, and blue, for example, one correct blue path is like this, or like that. It looks like there will be a lot of good paths. I mean, in terms of their topics and style. AtCoder is more mathy. AtCoder is more about thinking and math. Codeforces is more about data structures and algorithms. When I look at anything like this 3, it can just go to the right. If I order everything, into this line. But then for a different thing, okay, this is a good thing. If there is a pair of wires, let's say 4 and 1, such that there is no balancer between them, then they both can go straight forward. And let's notice that this will be very easy to solve in that case. The other case must satisfy this: m greater than n squared, and choose 2. This is number of unordered pairs among n elements. So this means that n will be only up to around 100. Otherwise the problem is trivial. I'm guessing this will be very, very important observation. So if there is every pair in the input, then it's still not trivial. Because then we need to indeed use some edges to make a zigzag, so it would never meet. I think I see a solution in complexity n4 or m square. Wait, 100 is not correct. M was 100,000. So n, it will be, n square is up to 200,000. And what is that? 10,000 is 100, and 20 is 4. I think it's 400. Then it's 160 and 3 zeros, 160,000. Yeah, it's around this. Let's make it around 100, 420. If it's greater than this, then no, wait. Yeah, if it's greater than this, then for sure there is a pair of wires such that there is no balancer between them, and for sure they can just go straight. Now n is small. Solution in complexity O of n4 will not be enough, or it will be n squared times 5 times m, but it is the same as n4, where at every moment, let's choose a new color, yellow, no, brown. At every moment, the balancers are brown. I will know for every pair if possibly I could start somewhere at 2 different places and still continue this way. Then when I have this balancer, I kind of forbid this pair. This pair becomes bad. But on the other hand, if there was such a good pair, like 3 and 4, then I know that 3 can move into 1, so now 1, 4 becomes a good pair. For each of m moments, but there will be only a few updates. This is n. Yeah, done. If t is 1, how to do it? Do I return 0 anywhere? Let's make nmt global. If t is 1, then 1. So return 0 here, it will be exit 0, and that's it. Balancers, do I read balancers in both options? I don't know. Here I will just read them as I go. Or maybe not. Are you reading Twitch chat? No, I'm not. I know it's not related to the stream so much, but I checked your FAQ and for me it's very helpful, so I suggest if you're newbie and or average like me, do check it. Yes, I'm very happy about my FAQ and how to practice section. If you're beginner, for sure go read it. Maybe after the stream if you want. Or just now. I will go through balancers and I will have a set. Can be just the two-dimensional array. Good. N by n. First, every pair is good. But this, I will do this only for small n. If there is a pair that doesn't exist in the input, then do something. So I need to read it. Then I guess I will make it global. And to read it here. set for every p in balancers, s insert this pair. This will be m times logarithm, that's fine. For every pair, if not s count a pair ij, then we are done. And you might think that this is n squared, but it will, this s count can happen only for m pairs, so this will be in total at most m plus 1 operations. If not, then there is nothing between I and j, and I will say wire I goes straight, wire j goes straight. So string s of m and question marks. No, I can just do it this way. String s for every balancer in the order. If p first is I or p first is j. First, assert it's not true that p first is I and, or just not true, assert p is different than make pair ij. Because I hopefully checked that here, that this is not a pair in the input. If p first is one of those, then I need to go up. Else, in particular, if p second or is I or j, then just this. Or I can do it again this way to understand more. If p second s plus equal this, otherwise s plus equal a, let's say, a dot. I want to run it on sample test and see if dots will be indeed pairs that don't appear. String as set, let's call it set. Print. Oh, I could just print it as I go, I don't need to create a string. Whatever. Exit 0. Otherwise, to error output say run more n is for sure small. I print it only to know what happens when I run sample tests, to make sure that my program doesn't print correct answer by coincidence. I will see which part of the program is run. For every balancer, I need to retrieve the answer again. This will not be trivial. For now, let's only say yes or no. Good of x is p first, y is p second. Good of xy is true, is false. But for everything else, if I is not x and I is not y, if good of ix, then good of iy is true. If good of iy, then good of yx is true, and so on. It means that if I had a pair, let's say I is 5 and x is 2, y is 3. I could go with pair 5, 2 so far, but now there is a balancer between 2 and 3, so I can switch from 2 to 3. From 2, 5, I now have 3, 5. At the end, if there is any pair, I think that everything is symmetrical. So first, assert good of ij is equal good of ji, and also if good of ij, so let's say I only allow this for the convenience of printing now. I will say yes, I used print earlier, yes. Let's be consistent, yes, this ij. Second. Good afternoon, Samarth. Sample out input 2. It says up, down, and whatever. Let's mark it maybe in Paint. New drawing, or just again this trick. What about this trick? Copy, paste. What did it say? It said up, down, and then whatever. Maybe let's make it to also say what it found. Pair is I j. After the stream, I will add all my codes to GitHub repository. You can use that if you want, for some reason. Pair is 0, 3. This is a pair that doesn't occur in the input. Indeed, it doesn't. So what my drawing should do, it should point everything to 0 and 3, and here it says doesn't matter. Because now 1 will change into this, 4 will change into this. Let's remember I changed the indexing into 0 indexing. Cool. Then there is some other input. This one. It's in 4. And it's for sure small. Yes, exit 0. Here we will say -1. -1, correct. But let's... Well, there is a possibility that this is impossible. So let's try to create a test where it is possible. So every pair occurs in the input. Okay, what if I just here add this? Let's try that. This was test number 2. Let's create test number 5. Add one more edge, and here 1, 4. Yes, 0, 1. Okay, it was possible. So we need to implement this. It is possible to order things in such a way that at the end 0 and 1 will be... We could start two paths on the left, they will never meet, and at the end we will be at 0, 1. I just need to know the path. Let's remember that n is small now. Like n square will be of magnitude m. I just need to retrieve the answer. I wonder if there are some solutions that just work better for saying yes or no. Some heuristics are easy maybe, because I would like this problem much more if we didn't need to retrieve the answer. At least in this case for now, I don't see how to do it nicely. Well, it was easy in the other case here. I just needed to think for a moment, so maybe it is the same here. But I think it will be complicated and I need to just remember a parent. This is how you retrieve a path in DP. I know that I start with some path. For every path I should remember the previous guy. Maybe it helps if I know that final path. Maybe just for final pair, I can simulate the same from the right. This problem is symmetric, right? Like left and right are the same thing. I can modify everything. Now, when I just want to say if I can start from some pair and end at some pair, they will never meet, the two paths. Would it help me if I know the starting pair? Yes, because then for every moment I can say what is the parent. Actually, I could say that anyway. If I could have memory good of m and n, then for every moment, so at this moment for this pair, I would remember its parent, the previous thing. Are you working on T1 and the cases separately? Yes, he saw T1 already, now he's working on T2. Exactly. And what is left now for me is in the case of 2. Let's see at my whole code. Let's look at my whole code. 1 was here, something with bit set, trivial. I don't know why in the first minute I didn't see that. Then second case is here. It's mainly about the observation that n is very small, or otherwise it's easy. And now in the case where n is small, I need to retrieve the answer. I think I already can check correctly if the answer is yes or no. And what I can do is, for every pair, to create some vector of indices. And I think I will use binary search here. It should be correct. I already have m log n in complexity. I think I need to do that. So it will be of something. Let's create it here. Vector of, I think it will be pairs, parent of, say, 1000 by 1000. For every pair, I want to know what should be its parent. I will use moment of time, let's call it t, it doesn't collide, or just time, tim. When I do this, I need to say what is the parent for that pair. I don't want to repeat the same code so many times, so I will create some lambda function for that, I think. Or just say can go from state AB to state CD and moment of time t. Oops, I am too late for your stream. Well, I am still streaming, but it's the end of very hard problem. I hope it's the end of very hard problem. Pair of int and pair of int. What did I do? Pair of int and then pair of int. This will be pair of time and AB, the previous pair. Parent of CD push back, could be m place back, time and AB. This moment of time, you should go like that. I think I can do it without binary search at the end. It will not be that unpleasant. Oh, it would be very nice to here just say can go from IX to IY, but it needs to know the array good as well. From IY to IX, from XI to YI, YI to XI. So let's make good global or pass it by reference. And vector of bool. Do they always try to give the problems in increasing difficulty? Depends on the platform and context, but yes, for AtCoder it is. You know actually score for every problem, so you know how much something should, how difficult it is roughly. Still, organizers could misjudge the difficulty. But using that and standings, you will know which problem you should solve. Good. It is, but I didn't pass something. I didn't pass time. Here it's team. P not declared. P is balancers of team. And finally this says if good of AB and let's say not good of CD. Good of CD is true. The second thing to retrieve. Let's see if things didn't change. This is yes, and for in4 it was no. Cool. Now go from the end with pair ij, and we have some time. Initially time, let it be m+1. Or just some infinity. While true, while not parent of ij empty. Is this pre-recorded? No, this is not pre-recorded. Is it that common on Twitch to make things pre-recorded and then put it as stream? Is it in any way easier? Or do you mean that streamers like put the same stream multiple times? sounds very boring. But if they need to do like 8 hours a day, then maybe. While this, now, if parents of ij back is greater than time popback, else use this. So I want to say ij is parent of ij second. First this back dot first. Then I need to learn how to. I need to finally learn this. How to use C++ tie. So I don't know. I know it's possible. Tie those two things. This, okay. So can I do that? Dot back second. I also need to update time. Oh, then it's not that easy. That should be maybe vector with 3 elements. I'm using something forbidden, where ij should be up to n, back, while not empty. GDB run on in5 backtrack. What? This is not backtrack. This is base track. I don't remember. 132. This? Pre-recorded streams are supposed to be labeled a rerun on Twitch, but some music streams or such do it. Okay. Is this streamed on YouTube as well? Yes, it is. It's streamed to both Twitch and YouTube. Well, this is not empty. Oh, I first change ij. Yes. And I don't print anything, but I can here say from the end it will retrieve some path. Just 0, 1. That's too easy. Wait, what? I want to do it here as well. This time is that. ijt. Okay, something happened. A time denotes some particular balancer. I need to understand from it which direction I use. Maybe let's say that this is pair of int and pair int pp. And now basically I want to do this. This is pp.first, that pp.second. It should print the same. How do you sit and for so long? I wanted to make some breaks in my stream every 1 hour or something, but just this time I'm solving one big contest and I forgot about standing up and doing breaks. I will do it after this problem. And regarding concentration, like focus, it's about practice as well, I guess. Okay, at this time is numbered from 0 to m-1. Let's check if it makes sense. At time 4, so 5, 4, this thing, this is edge between 1 and 2, and indeed 1 changes into 2. At time 2, this 1, 0 changes with 1, and this represents in 0 indexing 0, 1. So it all works. Now I need to use this time and just figure out if I decrease or increase. So string s with m characters question mark. Like again, it's only so I would see which characters are really changed. Here it's team assert 0 smaller equal team and team smaller than m. If can I do that? Make pair. Let's do it first. If make pair ij smaller than make pair just pp second, then s of team. I need to do it here. S of team is I change into something greater, so move down. I'm not 100% sure about it. It's not true for team. What is team? 0 and m-1. What's up with this? Oh, first assign and then make an assert. And nothing was printed because I don't print this. The third thing, this one I say down from 1 to 2, and then this one I say down as well. From 0, 1 to this, it's indeed down, and then this one is down again. Looks fine. So let's change this into some other characters. I can redirect output error to not to see it. And I think in 3 doesn't exist. Yeah, it doesn't. 4 and 5. In 3 from previous one. Well, there is some chance that it will be correct. In short of 5 hours, assuming that this passes, I get score 4,700, so I would be on 6th place with time twice bigger than everybody in the contest. And looking at the editorial for D. Nice. Wrong answer. With another submission, I will try to understand if this is for sure that part. I will put some asserts to know, for example, that this part is okay. Also, I assume that n is up to 1000 for my convenience, so let's make an assert for that as well. Oh, sample 2 is incorrect. Because this was not everything I should do. First, what is sample test2? Oh, I left a dot. Okay. But here, if something is question mark, I figured what balancers I should use to switch, but sometimes there is a balancer where I don't want to move. And I should make sure that it's set correctly as well. This will be another mistake. So it's not correct to here say everything goes up, because then I will use it not wanting to use it. It's a bit stupid that I submitted something that for a sample test printed a dot. Right now it's fixed, but a waste of a submission. I have some current time. When I move to another time, I should do this. Move down to new time, and I will here say move down to 0. Yeah, 0 inclusive. Or just from time -1 to new time. So let's start from M. Move down to 0. When time changes here, move down to pp first +1. It will cover everything from t-1 to this. I is bad thing. B like balancer. The order shouldn't matter, but let's say from t-1 to new time. X is balancers of B dot first. Y is the other element. If one of them is I should avoid it. I might already use that in some other part of the code, but if X is I or X is J, then it's the top element and I don't want to use it. I want to stay here, so S of B is up. If Y, then S of B is this, and else whatever. Let's call it for a moment W. No, W is too close. O. Now I shouldn't see any question marks. I don't see any question marks. Now let's say that this is down. Yep. Pair is, it's to output error, so I'm good. If you want to watch other people doing competitive programming, then on YouTube there is Petr. Let's YouTube. Actually, yeah, I can show this. There is Petr. Yeah, Petr Mitrichev. There is Umnik or Umnik team. And there is also, I don't, Gennady has a Twitch channel where, well, in this chat he wrote something multiple times. He helped me as the tourist. So there's this channel. It's a bit different format with doing contest first and focusing on the contest and then discussing problems. And there will be also Twitch TV/TheTourist. Yep. And I'm planning to do a video, YouTube video on that to, well, to make things more popular. I will mention all those channels plus those that do coding interviews. For example, I recently made a video with Nick White. YouTube, you can search on YouTube Nick White, and he covers LeetCode problems. Okay, I have some wrong answers. So fingers crossed didn't help, but I can understand something if I here say assert false. Oh, also, well, I wanted to first say assert n is up to something, up to 1000. Second is I hopefully don't have any question marks at the end. So before printing, assert this is not a question mark. Okay, this will be first submission. I expect that nothing interesting will happen there. I will just get wrong answer again. But if I see any random error, I know that it's caused by one of those two new asserts. Do I have everything correct here? Yeah. Then second thing is to generally do an assert here. If I found it, then print maybe, but also maybe even before printing. Assert false. This will give me runtime error in some tests. And this way I will figure out, by cheating a little bit, if those are tests where this logic happens, or maybe some other part of the code. Sorry I didn't cross them after a minute. So it's your fault. This is almost done. No runtime errors. What if both if statements are true, then you don't want to go up and you don't want to go down also, right? Yeah, but from definition of what I'm doing, I said here that, did I? Yeah, here, good of xy is false. Actually, I can make an assert that they cannot both be true. Assert, make pair of minimum of ij, max of ij, different than make pair xy. Okay, detail. Okay, all those wrong answers were caused by that part of the code. So let's remove assert false. Where are you from? I'm from Poland. Here, failed assert will mean that I don't have a correct path. Tasks E submit. But I'm guessing it will be wrong answer. The Earth still has some good humans. Yes, there are humans that are very good, that they help people. Like, you know, I don't know, firefighters, scientists. if you like my content and learn something from it, I'm very happy about it. I would also maybe add here an assert that a moment ago it was question mark. But, oh no, and yeah, that I don't try to write twice over something. Just love your enthusiasm for teaching. Thank you. I once heard that I have that the content is fine, but the tone of my voice is boring. That was interesting. Or monotonic. I say everything the same way. Okay. Let's go through this again. I start from every I different than j, I can start, and I will say good of that is true. For every balancer from left to right, say xy, I cannot have this pair. But for every other pair, maybe I should just here say something like can go from ix to ix time, and this will say it's some alternative. This will say that I can go from this to that, but also it requires something about this moment of time. Moment of time is a stupid expression. Moment, about this moment. Is this correct? From y to x, from x to y. X to y, y to x. Everything. What, did I say everything with f? What? I have some doubts in Algo how to clear them. You can ask in Codeforces or Discord. I don't help everybody with private messages because I get too many of them. But if you have doubts about a book by Antti Laaksonen, then maybe ask him. Okay, can go. What does can go do? In that moment, if good of AB but not good of CD, I will download this video later. Well, why would you do it? It will be on YouTube, on Errichto 2. Good CD is true, and parent of CD, so how to get to CD? Is this moment? Per RB. This is true because assert didn't fail. Now, if I can get to this state at the end, then I run all of this. To retrieve the answer, I print something at the end and then exit 0. First with question marks, I made an assert that every question mark will be replaced, so that's cool. Time is m. This changes time from team to new time. Move down to 0 at the end. Should I say here greater than or equal to? What happens is with ij. Oh, but ij will change to something else, so it doesn't matter. This should not matter. So can it be true? But that would be an infinite loop. Let's add more asserts. Assert pp.first is smaller than team, strictly smaller. So I can do it here, it will be nicer. pp.first, so new time. And I also wanted to add an assert here that assert s of b is question mark and assert s of team is question mark. Tasks E, submit. I wonder if one day there will be coding contests where they give you the contract and you have to not only code the solution but formally prove it also. There are such contests, or at least were. British Olympiad, I think. British Olympiad in informatics, required proofs. You see, I can use an assert macro that lets me write assert this. Yes, but when I submit, I will only see runtime error, not some information. I really hope to see some runtime error, because otherwise I still know nothing much. I can write random generator and a checker. And I need to do that if in a moment I will not find a mistake. If x is one of those endpoints and I don't want to change them, then up. If y, then down. Otherwise, whatever. Now, is this correct? I will change just one number. I can make one more assert here that I is equal pp.first, or, but only one is true, j is equal pp.second. I cannot do that. Oh, it's pp.second.first. Second.second. One of them changes, the other not. So this way I compare just one of them. Is it time for the checker? I download your videos and watch it later. These videos are helpful since there is no such good videos on difficult problem. Most of the YouTube are just basic videos focusing on beginners. Well, if for some reason you cannot watch it on YouTube, but need to download, then fine, I guess. Just I don't see an issue with that. Himanshu, I already answered your question about the book, so don't spam. A checker. Yeah, yep. Check. Let's say that this checker will read from two files. Mode file stream. First will be, let's call it int. I usually call it not to mistake with in, which is the first sample test. Okay, in, never mind. Read this. Later there will be out. Or just let's remove input file. N and M, read them, and read the balancers. Now read the output string s, read s. If s is -1, return 0. Otherwise, assert that its length is exactly n. Oh, there's also t. I know that the issue is with second subtask. For every pair, this tracker doesn't have to be efficient. I wonder how long it would take to write a brute force solution, then write a program to generate random inputs and find one that doesn't work. Well, I don't need brute force solution. Well, okay, I do if it's about answer yes or no. I suspect that the issue is with my retrieving the answer. Then brute force doesn't help. Why don't you participate in code forces rounds? Lack of time. Yes, I am creating a checker now to check if the printed answer will be correct. I could do that inside of my program here, but I have so many parts that I prefer to do it separately. Iterate over balancers. Let's say that I'm with I is A, there is B. I will move I and J. B in balancers. If P first is I, then I is P second. Else, if P second is... Oh, I know, I need to check this. If S of... I need index time. If S of team is this. First, assert that S of team is either down or up. If S of team is down, then if I is X, I is Y. If J is X, J is Y. If S of team is up, I is Y, I is X. If J is Y, J is X. If I is different than J, then we're done. Return 0, everything okay. And here say this is not a correct solution. Time is second, yes. Thanks before query. Bash script now. Do I have generator? I don't. But first I can do this. I can say, well, there is in5. Let's move it to in. I should have given checker something with arguments, but whatever now. Run on in, print it to out, run checker. Something is wrong here. Maybe this is a counter test. In 41, checker says bet. My program, it can print here this. It starts from 0, 1, so let's analyze what happens in that case. Genie in. If we start with 0, 1, so with 1 indexing it will be 1, 2, and it prints this. We move down here, so it will be 3, 2. Then we move up like that, so from 4 to 2, nothing changes. Then down from 1 to 2, nothing changes. Up from 4 to 3, nothing happens. Down 2 to 3. And this is a bad pair. I think this is already a counterexample. It was very easy to find. Here I was able to print stuff. So Himanshu, regarding your question, you can write to book author or ask in Codeforces, Discord, some Quora, some forum for programmers. Oh no, this is final thing, isn't it? Yes, this is. Yes, this is final thing. So I didn't analyze the test correctly. I should say that at the end we have 1, 2. And now what happens? Don't I just print arrows in bad directions? I want to have 1, 2 at the end. Okay. Move down to. I move from time with time from the end. Down to, I don't want to move. Make pair is smaller. So this was from, this will be new thing. So I would say that it should be the other way around here. And there it doesn't matter. So just up, 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 up. Oh, 0 time, I shouldn't print this. Correct. I had counter test all the time. This is unusual. I thought I need to write some generator. During a contest now, once I have checker, I would consider writing a generator because it's then low effort to make sure everything is correct. But I'm very tired of this problem already. From my first submission, it's hour and 20 minutes. From the time when I submitted D, it is 2 hours. I spent now 2 hours on problem E. How about collaboration with Gennady? He has a YouTube channel now. I hope to see you two together in a video. Yes, I will propose something to him eventually. I need to have some idea and time. Problem E is life. Finally, accepted. I would still say that it wasn't pleasant to retrieve the answer. Other than this, the problem was very nice. I didn't like retrieving the answer. Editorial. But maybe it was a must. Maybe without that problem became much easier. Is it long? Not really. Can you give a link for Gennady's channel? Well, he just commented, the tourist is his channel. My initial approach was similar, but a couple of additional observations make it much easier. I will read the editorial now. So I will see those observations that make things easier. I will also now give you some feedback about my feeling about all the problems. I will read F, but I doubt I will solve it. A. Fine for the first problem. Nothing interesting or whatever. It's a whatever problem. This I didn't like B. B is, you know what you need to do. Nothing is too interesting. Plus, my feelings about this problem are lower because I struggled with that. I had some issues with my ifs. But this is very much AtCoder style problem. A lot of times in easy AtCoder problems, like A and B, there are some, or C, there are some ifs, and that's it. Domino, it was obvious what should be done, either with patterns on the paper or with brute force. So yeah, nothing interesting about this problem either, I would say. Though for A, B and C, for B and C, it's a plus that problems are quite natural. The statement is not artificial. I appreciate that. D was amazing problem, and the observation about only A plus B mattering is cool. Back then, when I solved so many ICPC problems, I think that would be my favorite problem, and I would be happy just solving problems like this all the time. Now it's, of course, because it's difficult, it takes a lot of time, so maybe I wouldn't want a contest consisting of just problems like this one, but this is problem of the contest, I guess. It's very, very good. And E was very nice, again, natural statement, as in every problem. But I didn't like retrieving the answer. That's it. For yours, good is false only for some non-intersecting pairs. At most, oh. So in E, good xy is false only for some non-intersecting pairs. So you're saying if we cannot get this pair, there won't be some other pair like this that we cannot get either. I'll think about it, and then I understand that this is a consequence of that. You're so familiar to M, what? Aren't you the guy on YouTube about competitive programming? So familiar to M, what? I have a YouTube channel. I'm streaming right now to both YouTube and Twitch. M. So, yes, I have a YouTube channel. Let's think, maybe with a drawing about this. Good xy is false only for some non-intersecting pairs. I don't have a pen. And this is that case where where every pair appears like this, otherwise I would already have a solution. And now we're saying if for some pair, let's say this one, because I guess it's symmetric to think about pairs from which we can get to something on the right and pairs from which we can go to the... Okay, so if for this pair, this is false, so we cannot create such a path like this, then this means it will not be true for any other pair like this one, 3, 4. For sure, intuitively it makes sense, because this might mean that, well, good of 2, 4 here is false, because we immediately encounter this. Is it just about stuff like this, where they encounter the first breach? Just by induction using your code. True initially, then for the answer. Okay, I will take a look at my code. I will here copy this and look at my code. Initially, good x, y is true for every pair, indeed. Okay, so the moment when xy becomes false, every other xi and every other jy, they are true. So indeed, at every moment of time, those pairs will be disjoint. Okay, and yes, so I agree. Now, what follows is for n at least 3 a solution always exists. I agree, because if forbidden pairs are like that, and at least 3, yes. Only for n equal to 2 that could happen. Nice to know. In particular, I see that in that case I could get a random pair instead of doing this part. Try it, if not, then repeat. If I don't succeed for, well, yeah, I can do that in while loop for big N. Basically, I just need to check if n is 1, n is 2, and m is 1. Then the answer is no. Otherwise, infinite loop where I try a random pair, I would then get rid of this thing. But does it help with this? Well, I see that I said that I could do this, and maybe it would remove the part about moving down. Because for an edge, I would know everything that touches it. I understand and agree that with this observation of n at least 3, then asking about yes, no is stupid. So you did nothing bad, it's just that the problem isn't that amazing. It's a pity that here this natural problem, its answer yes or no will be trivial for some cases. I will take a quick look at the editorial, but not necessarily go through everything. Okay, I believe the first is the same. And this is some other solution. This is mapping from start to when we are right now. We'll add balancers from right to left. Oh, we maintain an array, initially just 1, 2, 3 and so on up to n. We need to maintain at least two different values, and that's easy. Okay, maybe not overcomplicated. My solution is completely different. For example, it seemed very reasonable that n is small and I should use it. Maybe this observation made it harder for me, because this one doesn't use it at all. So we will just have an array, initially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. And then when there is balancer between this one and this one, we just change one to the other, I think. And for the array of size at least 3, it's always possible, because there will be either those two values are the same, like 3, 3, then it doesn't matter. For 3, 5, among remaining positions, there will be some value. If it's 2, then doesn't matter what we do. If it's 3, maybe on all the positions, then we just need to change this 3 into 5. I like this solution more, and then I can believe that restoring the answer also can be easy. So it's not that I don't like retrieving in the whole problem, but I don't like retrieving it in my solution. Final thing for me is to look at problem F, and because the stream goes for 5 hours and a half, I will not solve it. Now, my possibilities are to end stream now, to try to solve this problem for half an hour, or to make a break, eat something, and then get back to F. That's a hard decision. After this AtCoder grant contest, I wanted to do something else, like solve maybe some single problem from the other contest. Petr gave a list of best problems in the year. I wanted to look at one of those, but maybe that will be for another stream. And yes, because it's more than 5 hours, I think I will just read this, think about it for 10 minutes, and not cover the solution at all. Unless I really like the problem, then I will stay. So the stream should end in around 15 minutes, I believe. Text F. Okay. Is this your new channel? I'm pretty sure your total viewer count was more than 9K. Maybe it resets. This is not my new channel. Right. So is it the total views ever? Then I would expect this to be higher. I don't know. Problem F. By the way, in E, 26 people solved only t equal 1, 14 people solved that. Okay. Then I'm surprised. I thought that the first one is obvious, but it's also because I missed an easy solution to the second one. With those ratios, the 800 made sense. My knowledge about the whole problem was quite limited when I knew how to solve the first subtask and not the second one. Congrats on finishing well. Somebody asked during this stream about feeling frustrated about getting wrong answer, for example. But the more you struggle with a problem, the more happy you will be once you really solve it. It's really, really nice to get accepted after 10 hours of work. for a very hard problem. Let's read the problem. Grid of squares. Okay, we have this figure. I can remove everything. I believe we remove bottommost. Yeah. We have a figure like this one. I don't know how to optimally draw it. We place chess rooks. Find the number of ways to place rooks. Yeah. There are problems like that from time to time, but they are sometimes very hard. So what here will be one example, good placement. X, 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 X. I believe this will cover everything. What it means. So what kind of DP can I do? I can say that there must be something here. Okay. There must be something in every column. I don't need to minimize. I don't. There is something in every column, and then everything is satisfied. Or there is something in first row from the top. At least one thing. Let's say that there is at least one thing in top row, like maybe here and there. Or let's think about DP for this part. It will be DP of, I don't even need to write the dimensions now, down now, it's some order, but some number of columns is already satisfied. And some of them is not. Some number of columns that are satisfied, there are two ways for that. Okay, so what matters when I move up? It matters if I have some excess here, then it covers everything to the top. But, so maybe number of those such columns, or let's do it differently. Let's say that this is part of the longer drawing. Okay, and now after I decide about rooks here, I want to know which columns are such that there is a rook there. And maybe it will be enough to know the number of such columns. For every other column, like this one, I need to know if it's fully covered so far, like this one is, but this one isn't. So maybe it will be DP of columns that will attack in the future as well. They help. So like done. Let's call it attack. Attack. And this is other type where this is covered so far, but might become unsatisfied in the future. And the remaining thing will be whatever rests. Yeah, and I will do this kind of DP. Then I need to combine multiple such elements together with this longer piece. Well, combining such two elements will be very easy. At least brute force way. Maybe can be speed up with FFT or Karatsuba, some kind of convolution. But now how do we add this? Well, every attack stays. For covered, if something is not covered, like this one, then it still needs to be satisfied in the future. It's allowed to attack other rooks. Yeah, it doesn't matter, so to Bifu Curry question, it doesn't matter if two rooks are in the same column, because we care about every cell being attacked, like the cell here. It is attacked just by the nearer, the rook that is nearer to it in this column, more near. So just the requirement is that for every cell there should be a rook in this row or this column where, well, we cannot jump through missing spaces. Okay, so I think I can merge. Now to add, maybe I will go one by one like that. Yes, I believe the order of those things doesn't matter, where attacking and where covered columns are, only the number of them. I could as well say that this will be in order from left to right, so I can iterate index by index, cell by cell, for each of them decide its fate. So it will be like partial DP when I go like this. And so this, let's remember, this is the number of cells where there is a rook. It will be DP of, well, if I'm doing this, then I will have DP of for every cell, because for every particular cell I'm there at some moment. And then so far the number of columns where there is a rook. From previous DP, I assume that prefix of columns is this type, then the next columns are this type, then those uncovered at all. Okay, so let's call it partial DP or DP prime. It will be just full thing here. Yes, I think when deciding the state of this cell, I will use DP of that cell. DP of this cell will remember everything about that. I don't even need to merge in that case. And using DP of this, oh, but that's very bad complexity. Maybe it's better to merge than to imagine that they are next to each other. And then to this combined figure, like assume that there is no gap here, add cells one by one there. So this will already involve data from previous DP. I might want to decrease it. Well, this is a cool problem to think about. I'm not sure if everything I said is correct. It's easy to make a mistake in such a problem. Okay, then maybe just I will make a sandwich. and we'll think about it some more. It's not a bad problem. Okay, I will be back in a minute. I have some yogurt, at least. Let me turn off the sound for the next 2 minutes. It shouldn't be any ASMR. Sandwich making video. I don't think it's important. I'm going to now... we also need a break. Yeah. So for the next few minutes sound will be off, and I'm thinking about two things. One, is what I said so far correct? And then two, how to speed this up from, well, right now it's n4. Oh, is h big? Please tell me that it isn't. Oh, it isn't. Cool. So now I think it's n4 if everything I said is correct. So there are two parts. How to speed this up, and is this correct? Sound off. I still need to merge those in some way, because when I'm moving from this cell to this cell, I suddenly get all of those and there will be one more thing here too. This will say if this row, or maybe even three, there are different states about the current row where I'm going. States can be that nothing was done here and I already need, and there was some cell not being attacked. Okay, I'm thinking. Oh, sound is still on. That's very strange. It means that something is bad with microphone, or I'm not using Yeti. Is sound quality good? Properties. Device default. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Them. Yeah, I'm using camera microphone. I will take a look later. Oh, I can take a look now. Streaming is hard. It's very easy to mess something up, not this. Something here. Streaming is hard. It's very easy to mess something up. Yeah, this is not Yeti sound. Well, that's fine. Properties device. Here we go. Now I think you should hear me differently. So apparently in OBS Linux the default device is web camera, and then I needed to change to Blue Yeti. Yes, it's different. So it should be this way from the very beginning. That really changed the sound. When I watch my old videos from more than a year ago, I also see the big difference in sound. It's much more important than anything else. I have camera, I have some lighting, but the most important thing was Blue Yeti. You sound closer, because the mic is here. And previously you heard sound from camera that is further away. But I think this is a hard problem, and I will not spend more time on that. I hope that merging in total it's N4, and with Karatsuba it will be a bit better, so good enough. What is AtCoder? Can you share a link? There it is in the description below. I will just take a look at the prefix of editorial again, or maybe the size of editorial. So big thanks or congratulations to Gennady for creating a nice contest overall. D and E were nice. Well, first the volume, okay, not that bad. Now, what happens at the beginning? DP on a part of histogram from column L to column R, considering cells with height bigger than this. Yep, so this is my DP. Contains a rook, doesn't contain a rook, but all cells in this column are under. State of DP is the same. Merging DPs is easy. To optimize this solution, we need to move from n squared DP states returned from F to O of n DP states. Okay, I have no idea how to do it. I'm assuming that I understand everything correctly. This is hard. Maybe I will think more about this problem when I have time. I don't want to just, after 10 minutes of thinking about a hard, maybe nice, interesting problem, to just read the solution. You are free to do that on your own. So I believe that all of that I understood well. I had idea about this thing. And what happens now just below the end of the screen is harder. So thank you all for watching, for commenting, chatting with me. Big thanks to Tourist for creating the problem set and for helping me today and staying in the chat. The next stream is on Thursday. It will be solving lead code problems. So we get down to much easier difficulty. And then we'll see. On Code Forces, if I decide something about future streams, there will be information on Code Forces, for example. Thank you too. Yeah, I hope you had a nice time watching me from time to time struggling with your problems. So see you everybody, and I will now work, I guess, on bitwise manipulation video. Subscribe to my main channel, youtube.com/Errichto. Bye bye.